The Senate will come to order. The senators will take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privileges of the floor will retire to the gallery. Good morning, senators. Good morning, guests. The senators and those in attendance, if you are able, please stand. We will be led in prayer this morning by the Reverend Mark Grapin of Manna Ministries Church in Locust Grove. Following the prayer, everyone will please remain standing, and we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America by our Senate page, Tara Sundaramaran of Manassas.
Good morning. Shall we bow and shall we pray? Heavenly Father, Yahweh, Almighty God, by the many names we call you, hear our prayer. We ask for your blessings upon this great legislative body throughout this session, to be the first senator seated and the 40th, our Alpha and our Omega. Let it be your hand that guides the pen upon each bill and proclamation. Let it be your touch upon the heart of each who is gathered here today and throughout this session. We ask your blessing upon each who has arrived, upon those yet on their way, and upon those who won't be able to make it, but allow their spirit of selfless service to be felt among each of the senators, administrators, and their staffs. We thank you for this pause and in this place, in this your day and in our lives. Guard us and guide us. Order our starts, order our steps, and order our stops. These things we ask and these things we thank in your merciful and magnificent name. And they all said, amen.
Step to the side.
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those present, please vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Madam President. Senate Journal for Monday, February 12th, 2024.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All those in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 1.
Ayes 38, noes 1. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the House of Delegates. Chair calls on Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Good morning, Madam President.
Good morning.
I would move to waive the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates.
The question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. The clerk will report any communications from the governor.
I do not have any, Madam President.
We have arrived at our morning hour when we will know who all of you beautiful people in our gallery are. And the normal procedure is that your senator will rise and tell us who you are, and if you'll rise at that time and then hold your applause until after I've spoken, and then we will all applaud you. And so I call on the senator from Orange, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning.
Good morning.
Madam President, in the gallery now is a dear, dear friend of mine who gave the invocation this morning, the Reverend Mark Grapin. As you could tell by his pledge to the flag, he saluted, and he's a veteran. But more importantly, Madam President, he is just a dear friend, spiritual mentor, and somebody I look up to quite a bit to seek wise counsel, and I would love for you to give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
Good morning, Reverend. You've got to stand up and receive the welcome of the Senate. No, you have to stand. That way we can all see you. And thank you for your prayer and for your service as a veteran and for the service that sacrifice that you continue to make on the community's behalf. Senators, let us give him the warm welcome of his Senate. Chair calls on the senator from Botetourt, Senator Head.
Good morning, Madam President. I rise for an introduction.
Good morning. The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today, we are joined in the gallery by youth leaders of the Virginia Horse Council. If they would all please stand. For over 50 years, the Virginia Horse Council has been the voice for promoting, protecting, and preserving the horse industry in the Commonwealth. The equine industry is a dynamic force in Virginia agriculture. To ensure the future of this industry, the Virginia Horse Council considers it a vital part of its mission to contribute to the education of our youth. In furthering that goal, we have with us today the future leaders of the equine industry who are at the Capitol today to learn about the legislative process and to advocate to members of the General Assembly. And as a part of the group helping them navigate today, they are fortunate to have with them an experienced guide to the General Assembly and especially to the Senate, and that would be Sharon Hanger, the wife of the former senator from Augusta County. And so, Madam President, I would ask that we give them the warm welcome of the Senate.
Welcome, Virginia Horse Council. Of course, we know all about not horsing around, so that we can definitely hear from the horse's mouth. And we know that your business is absolutely necessary for our economy, and we're grateful that you're there. So all horsing aside, we will all welcome you to, well, your Senate. You thought I was going to say horse, don't you think? But thank you for coming. Is there any other business to come for the morning hour? Hearing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise?
Thank you, Madam President. We have a rather lengthy calendar in front of us, and we'd like to take a recess for about, let's say till 11 o'clock, so we can go through that before we start our work today.
Without objection, the Senate stands at recess until 11 a.m. Senate will come to order. Madam Clerk.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, February 13, 2024. Uncontested calendar. Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 142, sorry.
Chair
School
recognizes
teachers licensure requirements, issuance of a one-year local eligibility license.
Chair recognizes the senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Mulcahy.
Madam President, I move for the bill to pass and speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This bill would allow localities who have a critical shortage of accredited teachers to hire someone who has not yet completed all their coursework for a period not to exceed 1 year to allow them time to complete that coursework.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 327, firearms age requirements to purchase penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote by which this bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced into its third reading.
The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? Those in favor will say aye. I'm sorry, this is a recorded vote. Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change the vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill is reconsidered. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote by which the committee substitute was agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute that was the vote by which the substitute was agreed to be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The substitute is reconsidered. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I move to reject the committee substitute. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is rejected. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I move to waive the reading of the floor substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I move to agree to the floor substitute and speaking on that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, we have a substitute on the floor which now requires someone to be 21 years of age or older to purchase a handgun or assault firearm. The previous bill required someone to be 21 or older to purchase any firearm. That is the substitute.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I ask that we engross and advance this bill to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Finally, Senator Salim.
Madam President, I ask that Senate Bill 327 pass and speak to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, I spoke on this yesterday, and we had a heated discussion, a healthy one. And of course, after making a substitute, I asked that this body pass this bill.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those Chair recognizes the senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
I apologize, Madam President. Would the senator yield for a quick question?
Will Senator Salim rise and yield for a question?
Yes, Madam
Senator Salim yields. Senator from King George has the floor.
Madam President, I would ask the senator, was it his intention to eliminate hunting shotguns from the bill?
Senator Salim has the floor.
Madam President, that was not the intention, and I believe with the definition of assault firearms that's currently written along with the other ones, hunting rifles are exempt.
I thank the senator, Madam President. Speaking to the bill very briefly.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I thought it was the senator's intention to exempt hunting guns, and I would just point out to the gentleman that it didn't work. On line 167 to 168, it says shotgun with a magazine that'll hold more than 7 rounds of short ammunition for which is chambered. Commonly made today for deer hunting, turkey hunting, duck hunting, various things are the 3.5-inch shotguns. And what that means is it takes a 3.5-inch shotgun shell. It is meant to have more pellets in it, so it's easier to bring down your catch. But that 3.5-inch shotgun will also take a 2 3/4-inch shell, and they're made to hold 6 rounds at the factory of the 3.5-inch shell, which means it will hold 7 of the 2 3/4-inch shells, more than 7. You also have to put a plug in it because you're not allowed to use more than 3 shells at one time when you're hunting, just because it's not fair. But my point is the factory-made gun would not qualify under that exemption and would still be considered an assault weapon under the senator's definition. I just want everybody to understand that if he's trying to exempt shotguns, hunting guns.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 643, failure to appear penalties.
Chair recognizes the senator from Petersburg, Senator Aird.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speak into that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Senate Bill 643 simply changes the current law for people who miss court appearances for perfectly understandable reasons like death in the family or serious illness, which can lead to additional criminal charges, sometimes serious as a new felony charge. And so this bill is trying to correct this overly punitive approach, further criminalizing individuals by doing 3 things. First, eliminating the separate criminal offense for failure to appear, both by felony and misdemeanor varieties. Second, requiring a hearing to determine whether the individual's non-appearance was willful. And additionally, the bill will create a definition for non-appearance so that this instance when an individual is detained in another jurisdiction, state, federal, or alternative custody, like being pulled over on the side of the road, that would not be included in the definition. And so again, Madam President, this again is just working to take away some of the increased criminalization that might occur when one fails to miss a court appearance, and I move that we pass this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. The Senate will be temporarily at ease. I call on the patron and Mr. Leader, Senator McDougall, if you'll appoint someone. Senate Bill 643. Chair votes no.
Senate Bill 701, vested rights building permits.
Chair recognizes Senator French, the senator from Shenandoah.
Madam President, I move that the bill passes. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 701 takes when a citizen, a resident of our localities goes and gets a building permit and is into the project and finds out that they weren't in compliance, they have significant financial investment into it. It allows them to continue on, and with the amendment, it keeps our state code intact for safety reasons. And I move the passage of this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. The senator is ready to vote. All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 1, minimum wage increases wage to $13.50 per hour effective January 1st, 2025.
Chair recognizes the senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
Yes, ma'am.
Speaking to that bill, speaking to that motion.
Senator may continue.
Yes, Madam President, this increases the minimum wage from the current rate of $12 per hour to $13.50 per hour, effective January 1st, 2025, and to $15 per hour, effective January 1st, 2026. The bill satisfies a reenactment clause included in Chapter 1204 and 1242 of the Acts of the Assembly of 2020. And with that, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Head, the senator from Botetourt.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I just want to bring to the attention to everybody that the minimum wage raise does not necessarily do what you think it's going to do, and it has some massive unintended consequences. First of all, it is irrespective of what people pay and whether they are paying minimum wage. If you've got entry-level wage jobs, it is a huge burden on employers. My own industry is a good example of this in working in home care. None of my employees make anywhere close to minimum wage, but they know that they make a certain delta above that. And if minimum wage goes up, their wage is going to have to go up. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to continue to hire. It's exactly what happened when we did this massive jump that we did in the last time, for which this bill is the reenactment for. It takes a long time to recover from that and settle things out. It's also why you started seeing fast food places advertising really high wages and even causing the triggering and the bleeding over, where you've got people that are going to work and not taking some of the entry-level jobs that we need in some of the manufacturing sectors because they are making they've got the burden on small businesses, and it's triggered inflation. Let me just walk you through that real quickly. First of all, an increase in wage doesn't cost the business just the increase in the wage. You've got the burden that goes on top of that. The minimum burden for any business, if they are paying payroll taxes, is a 7.51% uplift. And if they're required to pay workers' compensation insurance, you've got that, plus any other benefits that are tied to the wage. In my particular case, for example, that's a 19.6% uplift is what it costs me. So whatever, every dollar is going to cost me $1.19.6 as an increase. So if you increase by $1.50, and you have a company the size of mine, which has about 75 full-time equivalent employees, just an increase in that first wave, as I increase my wages for that, is going to be a cost to my business of somewhere around $280,000 a year. Where's that going to come from? We'll be able to absorb that, but where that's going to come from is by an increase in prices to my consumers. And that's what happens with every business. It's not just mine, it's every business. And so that's going to go across there, and that triggers inflation. But beyond that, we've got other issues that we're going to be facing with the budget here in the Commonwealth. One of the things that we want to address, and I think we all agree that we need to address, is the wages that are being paid to workers that are providing care for people that are out there on the ID and DD waivers. Those are very important, and they are underpaid, and I've been championing that and bringing forth budget amendments to try to address that every year for the last several years because they are woefully underfunded. That's a space that my company does not play in, by the way. If we do this, then what we want to address to increase those wages is going to have to go up commensurately. And you're talking about a necessary increase in the state budget to address this that is going to be in the hundreds of millions of dollars by the time we try to balance it out. It is extraordinarily difficult to deal with. And I know we want to take care of workers. We want to take care and take care of people. That's why I don't pay minimum wage. But it's a dangerous proposition to do this much this fast. And I just hope we'll take that into consideration. And I would urge that we not support this bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Western Prince William, Senator Rome.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to break this down today in a very real way for just not only folks here, but what a day in the life is like back home for me, okay? So I represent the city of Manassas Park, City of Manassas, Western Prince William County. Manassas Park is not Crystal City. It is not Roslyn. This is not McLean. This is not Great Falls. This is Manassas Park. It's about an hour outside of D.C. Right now in Manassas Park, a studio apartment, this 0-bedroom studio apartment right now is going for, in a given year, the rent over 12 months is $19,980. If you worked 40 hours a week at our current minimum wage right now, your pre-taxable income for the year is $24,960. That's just under $5,000 more than the rent that you're going to pay for the whole year there. And that does not include utilities. It doesn't include everything else. And then keep in mind, that's pre-tax. After taxes, after everything's said and done, not only if you were in this magical world where one income would allow you to even qualify to put in the application for this apartment, but there's not a chance you could actually afford this because this means that you're not eating throughout the year. So you then go to 2 wages. What happens at 2 wages? You get it to $49,920. Even then, you won't qualify for the apartment. You're going to have 3 wages at this. Now, if we get to $15 an hour, you can have 2 people qualify for that studio apartment. But again, I am telling you, 2 people, that's right, Senator from Botetourt, 2 folks, for a studio apartment. Now, here's the
senator must be careful.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam President, what I would add to this is, when you think about this, this is not just teenagers working a summer job. This is real life. When I was 32 years old as an adult, after I transitioned, it became near impossible for me to find full-time work in my field in journalism, where I was going 1 for 36 in my applications. So what did I do with my $15 an hour for 30-hour-a-week job that paid no benefits or anything? I had to have a side job, $5 an hour plus tip, as a delivery driver at a time when Virginia's minimum wage was $7.25 an hour. Almost every person working in that restaurant was an adult. There was, I think, 1 person who was 17. All of us were working. I was putting in 12-hour days. We weren't getting overtime for this. And in fact, if you didn't have a delivery in an hour, then guess what? Your wage was $5 that hour, and hope it evened out by the end of the day. If you're putting in your time, you're putting in your work, I hope all 40 of us agree that if you put in your 40 hours a week, you should be able to afford a studio apartment in a place where you want to live in Virginia. In my district, that's impossible. You can't. It's not there. When I'm using Manassas Park as my metric, I'm not talking Haymarket. I'm not talking about a gated community in Gainesville. I'm not talking about even the city of Manassas. I'm talking about Manassas Park. You can't afford an apartment on this. $15 an hour makes it a little more achievable to get there. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Craig, the senator from Chesapeake.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. I share the sentiment of many of my colleagues here today on the floor. This is unintended consequences of this legislation. I'd like to focus on the direct concerns of the Virginians I represent. I've heard over the last couple days from a lot of small businesses in my district that have had many concerns about this minimum wage. I'm not going to read all of them to you, but I've picked out a couple. One woman, she owns a juice bar, and she's owned it for about 7 years, and she contacted me about this issue. She said, my business will not survive another minimum wage increase. I'm not trying to get in the way of team members making more money, but I just want to provide them a job to come to. And this is quickly becoming impossible. I implore the state of Virginia to have mercy on small businesses and not hand down yet another minimum wage increase so soon, especially without having measures to support us and get us back on our feet. My seatmate, I spoke to her. Her daughter owns a ice cream parlor in a little small tourist town, and she basically said if the increase goes up, she probably will have to close her shop. These are real-life instances we're talking about. Madam President, I recognize the gravity of which everyone in this chamber approaches this decision, but I urge our esteemed colleagues to consider the far-reaching effects of raising the minimum wage. Let us work together and find balanced solutions to foster economic growth and opportunity for all Virginians without imposing undue hardships on businesses and communities. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Surreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make a couple quick points. We passed this bill back in 2020 when we raised it from $7.25 an hour to put us on a path to get us to 12. When we did that, we talked about going to 15, and at the time we hit the pause button on that because we weren't sure how it would affect business, and so we slowly scheduled it in. Since that time, nobody saw a pandemic coming. Nobody saw the federal government pumping trillions of dollars, or billions of dollars into our economy, or maybe trillions of dollars into our economy. Nobody saw a 10% inflation coming. I just want to point out, if you take the $12 an hour ceiling that we put in that wage back then, if you run that through the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics inflation calculator, from January 2020, $12 then is now worth $14.35 today. So in other words, the ceiling that we set only 4 years ago, because inflation was so bad over the last 2 years, is basically the equivalent of $14.35 an hour. This proposal that's before you now basically just has our minimum wage keeping up with inflation. From many perspectives, it's not even an increase. It's just keeping up with inflation. And without an inflation calculator in the thing, without an annual CPI indicator, it's going to continue to fall behind. So from my perspective, and from my caucus perspective, I think this minimum wage increase is not really an increase. It's just allowing our workers and our businesses to sort of keep up to speed with what things cost today. So it shouldn't be a big sacrifice. It's not a big sacrifice. There are other states I would note that we compete with on the best states to do business in this country. Like, for example, the state of Washington, which we are constantly in competition with on that ranking scale. That their minimum wage is $16.25 an hour. We haven't even proposed that. So, Madam President, I think the idea that this minimum wage increase is somehow impairs business is a myth. It actually, in a lot of ways, makes us more competitive. Some parts of our state, we have to compete with the District of Columbia and Maryland, which are already there, and people will go and work in those places because they can't get the same wage as certain jobs in Virginia. We actually lose the competition for workers in some places because this wage isn't high enough. And the last thing I'll say, Madam President, is that when we don't set our minimum wage high enough, you end up paying for it anyway. When people don't get paid enough money to be able to pay for their food, be able to pay for their housing, to be able to pay for their medical care, it all ends up coming out in the wash, either in the form of Medicaid or SNAP or TANF or other assistance. Taxpayers end up paying for the same thing. So why don't we put the cost where it ought to be, and have people that are paying for services and the businesses that are having people work pay for these things instead of having taxpayers pay for it on the backside. It's a very measured, reasonable, small thing to ask to raise this minimum wage in this bill, and I would hope we'd support it.
Chair recognizes Senator Hackworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to say I have great respect for the patrons of this bill and everyone that signed on to this. I feel like the intent and listening to some of the comments, I understand what they would like for this to do. But I would like to bring our attention to my region, and I think this is one of the things to the senator from Western Prince William talking about the high cost of living in Northern Virginia. And in Southwest Virginia, we have some rental properties, and we still rent a 2-bedroom, 1,100 square foot apartment for $500 a month. $500 a month. So the reason we're able to do that is because the cost of living is so much cheaper in Southwest Virginia. And I remember coming up here in 2020 when this bill was being proposed. And then my predecessor, Senator Chafin, I remember talking to him and sharing the concerns of Southwest Virginians, how that this was going to affect small businesses. At the time, I was a restaurant owner. I had a national franchise. And I remember when I got that franchise, they asked me what tier did I want to be in. And I didn't know what they were talking about. They said, what pricing tier do you want to be in, Mr. Hackworth? And so they showed me there was about 8 different tiers. And basically, to simplify that, you could charge $3.99 for a cheeseburger. You could charge $8.99 for a cheeseburger. So we elected to charge $3.99 because that was the lower tier. That is what our people could afford. So the unintended consequences of this bill, this is an example of painting the whole state with one brush. What works for Northern Virginia doesn't work for Southwest Virginia. I remember having other businesses in the hospitality industry, the construction business, and not only, and I think maybe the Senator Head spoke of that, the compression. That's what kills us is the compression. Because if you have somebody that has worked there for several years and is making $15 an hour, and now we get the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and that's somebody just right out of high school that comes in to make that has no skills, then they're saying, well, if they're worth 15, I'm worth 20. And so it goes on up. I remember the local governments, they came to me and they said it is going to cost us $250,000 just for compression wages in Tazewell County. So I feel like that this is, although that I respect the intent of this bill, I respect what that the patrons is trying to do, it does not work for all of Virginia. And I ask you, for the small business owners, I ask you for us to be able to keep our wages and our cost of living down. Please vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we heard a lot of conversation on this, and I think we recently went through a pandemic where we saw frontline workers and we saw the folks that essentially carried us through those the tough times, and yet we are refusing those same folks their right to minimum wage. And minimum wage is not going to change if inflation happens or not. I see that as an argument that was made. But minimum wage would also help reduce the stubborn gender, racial, and ethnic wage gap for women, Black, and Latino workers who are overrepresented among those earning less than the minimum wage. Raising the minimum wage would be an investment in growing the middle class and a clear way to build the economy, security of workers and their families. With higher wages, millions of Americans would be closer to the economic stability and peace of mind, as my colleague Senator Rome described in her speech. Raising the minimum wage would reduce the gender, the racial, and the ethnic wage group that we continue to see, yet we don't talk about this. On a personal note, I talked a lot about the fact that my father is a chef at a restaurant. But growing up, he and my mom combined together never made more than $48,000. Raised 3 children. They look at it now and talk about the fact that you could not do that right now. And that is why when folks like me get a seat at this chamber, we will do everything to increase the minimum wage in a way that makes sense for the economy, in a way that makes sense for all Virginians. So thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator French, the senator from Shenandoah.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, today I stand before you as a third-generation Virginia farmer, opposing the proposed bill advocating for an increase in minimum wage. My goal is to share a perspective on the impact this bill could have on the families and farms within our rural communities. It's critical that we look at the unintended consequences of raising minimum wage, especially on the families in our rural communities and our farming operations that are central to their livelihood in our state's economy. As we all know, agriculture is the #1 private industry in Virginia. 90% of these farms are owned by families and individuals. These small-scale family-owned farms are the backbone to our communities and are often the most vulnerable to economic shifts. These farms have weathered the storms of nature, fluctuating commodity prices, and the economic shifts to survive and thrive. As a farmer from Shenandoah, I understand firsthand the slim profit margins our farms face. In agriculture, and addressing the rising costs isn't as simple as waving your hand and increasing production. It requires years, if not generations, to acquire the necessary land and equipment, knowledge. One of the most determinable consequences that the already high burden of entry to agriculture is stopping so many young people from continuing the family farm. As labor costs rise, the shift to more automated methods could become a necessity rather than a choice, potentially reducing the need for manual labor. Smaller farms unable to cope with the increased labor costs might find it difficult to compete, potentially leading to reduction in local employment opportunities or even closures of these vital community contributors. Raising the minimum wage puts the livelihoods of our farmers and the Virginia landscape at risk. Some of the unintended consequences include increased food prices, which will affect both middle class and limited income households, putting additional stress on our communities after years of raising prices due to inflation. We also risk losing more farmland and become more dependent on other states to feed us, a lesson we painfully learned during the COVID years. Lastly, the beautiful farmland that defines Virginia for residents and tourists alike will disappear faster. While the idea of raising minimum wage may come from a good place and looks different in some communities than others, it's critical to understand the potential harm it could bring to our farmers, communities, and the entire state of Virginia. Raising the minimum wage might seem like a simple solution, but it could force many farms to sell out or struggle with increased costs. We consider policies that aim to improve workers' financial well-being and let us find solutions to do that. Uplift our communities without causing harm, especially the rural areas that contribute significantly to the character and prosperity of this beloved state. Madam President, I move that, I support not supporting this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I keep hearing the words unintended consequences, undue hardship, and so forth. I would like to speak to the undue hardships on those who have to earn the minimum wage. And that undue hardship has already been spoken to somewhat in terms of what people have to pay for housing, what they have to pay for food, what they have to pay for medications, what they have to pay for very basic needs in order to survive. And if they have to turn to what the senator from Eastern Fairfax has already spoken to to SNAP, to TANF, to supplemental support for housing. They're then called freeloaders. So what are we going to, talk about here? The hypocrisy of individuals who have to turn to governmental support. Are they freeloaders? Or do we want to give them an honest living wage in order to support themselves? I would challenge everybody on this floor to take the minimum wage challenge for a week. That is, see if you can live off $12 an hour for a week. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Jordan, the senator from Isle of Wight.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I really, really appreciate that, Madam President. Speaking of this bill, as a small retailer, especially in rural Virginia, as a small retailer, the hardship that this bill would create is exponential. Increasing operational costs, inflation hit all of us in rural Virginia. But what this will mean for us is very, very different. For places that maybe only have a restaurant or two, or a hardware store or two, this could mean, with this increase, that we don't have those jobs anymore. Those businesses may shutter. And opportunity isn't as vast as in other places in the Commonwealth. And that's something we have to think about too. In places where, like I live, and many on this side of the aisle live, the reality is vastly different than larger economic centers in other parts of the state. If you think about it from this perspective, the last time that we saw a modest increase, national corporations set up checkout lines for self-service in almost every major retailer. Small businesses just cannot afford that. They can adjust, and we don't have that ability. While larger companies can certainly absorb this, this will mean the difference between keeping the lights on in a small business and being able to employ just a couple people in our community versus closing our doors and locking them permanently. I just hope that when we make deliberations like this, we really think about what a truly small business is, because when we try to put them on the same playing field as a large national corporation, we're not the same. And applying the same standard to all of us will defeat many of us, and it will prevent, especially businesses in rural Virginia, of even getting to the starting line of success. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope that we will all support this critical legislation, and I know that we have a responsibility to so many Virginians who continue to struggle for the basic necessities, as has been pointed out, whether it's housing or child care, food on the table, medications. All of these are such critical concerns for so many of our families. Raising the minimum wage has been shown by leading economists to impact the economy for the better. The overall economy is healthier when our families and our workers are healthier, that it increases productivity, it increases opportunity for so many people in the community. And in fact, on a national level, should we raise the minimum wage on a national level, it would bring 1.3 million people out of poverty, 1.3 million families, I should say. And so that is an even larger number of individuals, bringing them out of poverty so that they may actually not rely on those social safety net programs that we've already heard about. Wage increases increase and stimulate the local economy for the better. That money that our minimum wage workers receive is poured right back into local businesses, and this is very, very critical to the spurring of the local economy. And as has been said already, increasing the minimum wage reduces the systemic and historic pay inequalities that have haunted this country for generations, especially for women and for people of color. I move that we support this legislation. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator for Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I ask my colleagues who are showing such anxious opposition to this bill to perhaps look at your bottom line a little more comprehensively. There's actually a Nobel laureate, George Akerlof, who studied the impact of raising the minimum wage on small businesses and their bottom line. And he concluded that actually raising the minimum wage increases productivity. The statement is to your employee, you are valued. Your employee has less pressure meeting day-to-day bills, has more time to focus on his or her activity at your workplace. There's lower turnover if an employee has a stronger economic safety net under him because, of course, he is being more productive. The employer has less recruiting costs, less training costs. You all know that is certainly a big factor in running a business. We've all experienced that. And the bottom line is that this helps everybody. This equalizes the playing field. If you pass the minimum wage, what you're saying is that's the law for everybody. That's the threshold. That's the baseline. That, to me, says work matters. We all value work. We have said on this Senate floor multiple times, let's pass incentives to get people to work. Let's help people stay working. This is one of those measures. This is a measure that would make it worth people's while to work, to give them pride, to be able to pay for their bills and support their family. This is a pro-family measure. This is a pro-worker measure, and it is a pro-work measure. I do hope it is the will of the body to pass this measure. Pass this bill.
Chair recognizes the senator from Goochland, Senator McGuire.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
So we live in a capitalist society. We're not socialist. If you increase the minimum wage without merit, they're just going to pass that cost on to the consumer, and it's going to be higher to afford those places in Northern Virginia. You look at McDonald's, they're going to start automating a lot of the jobs, and you'll have less jobs. So it should be based on free market competition. If your boss doesn't pay you enough, move to another place where they do. And the way you get value is not the government telling you what to pay a person. The way you get value is by being competent, putting the hours in. And then I know as an employer myself, if you show up early, you leave late, and you work harder than everyone else, I'm going to continue to give you pay raises because I don't want to lose you. It should be merit-based. We're not a social society. It should not be based on what the government tells you to pay. It's going to cost everybody in the long run if you do that, and it's going to continue to make our economy go in the wrong direction. So I ask you vote no on the bill.
Chair again recognizes Senator Lucas, the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just looking around the chamber to see if anybody is left to speak to this bill. And if no one else chooses to speak, Madam President, I move again passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 44. Senate Bill 44, owner of firearm, use of firearm by minor in an unlawful manner or to cause bodily injury.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, in March of 2021, my community faced a tragedy that so many of our communities have faced, both here in the Commonwealth and across the country. Some of these brought up during testimony in committee. where a young person, a promising young person, was killed in a senseless gun violence. Lucia Bramer was a 13-year-old who was killed by a 14-year-old with a history of violence, a recorded history of violence, because a weapon by that 14-year-old's guardian had carelessly been left available for that person to gain access to it. And so what this bill does is it adds to the neglect code a section that says that an adult is neglectful if they allow a minor to possess a gun, if that minor has charges pending, has been found guilty of violent crimes, or if a threat assessment has been found that they are a threat to themselves or others. If that threat assessment has gone away, if the charges are dropped, this bill is null. There is a exemption in there for defense within a dwelling. But I want to just finish by thanking folks on both sides of this chamber for helping get this bill in good posture. I want to thank staff, attorneys in the courts of justice, and I want to finish by thanking the Bramers, John and Meredith, because out of this unfathomable event that we wouldn't wish on anybody, this sad, tragic event, they've taken their grief and they've tried to make our community a better and a kinder place. And I'm truly in awe of them, and I hope that we will pass this measure.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 212, Virginia Small Business Economic Development Act established. And there is a floor substitute.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 212 was engrossed in advance to its third reading be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. That vote is reconsidered. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to reconsider the vote by which the substitute from the Committee of Finance and Appropriation was agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from the Finance and Appropriations Committee was agreed to be reconsidered? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. That vote is reconsidered. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we reject the committee substitute with the recommendation that it be rejected. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Substitute is rejected. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I waive reading of the floor substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those
aye.
Opposed, no. The reading of the floor substitute is waived.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the floor substitute and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the Senate. What you have before you is just a substitute in form of it's a technical amendment. And so when the bill was drafted, taking in concerns from members throughout the different committees, an age limit was one of the issues. And so when the ABC is the starting off as the authority, when it transitions to lottery as the authority, all of those same provisions just need to be carried over, and the technical amendment just fixes that. And I move passage of, move to agree to the floor substitute.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye. Those
opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we engross and advance SB 212 to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill again be engrossed in advance to substitute to its third reading. Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Again, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I wish to speak to the bill, passage of the bill. I move passage of the bill and speak to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 212, which is chief co-patron by Senators Lucas and French, is a bill with bipartisan support that will help the most vulnerable small businesses in our Commonwealth, including many owned by first-generation Americans. The coalition supporting this legislation represents at least 7,000 small businesses in our Commonwealth. Each of those businesses employs hard-working Virginians that shows up every day for their communities. The substitute that we just adopted before you, it regulates and taxes skilled games. It was developed in partnership with a broad coalition of owners that I just spoke to, and it defines skilled games. It sets standards on the number of games and tax the revenue we will generate to address some of our greatest priorities. Madam President, I move that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Yeah, I have a differing view, and I just want to recognize what we're doing today. While I appreciate the senator's concern for small business people, many of whom are immigrants, I can't help but wonder or notice how we're expanding gambling in a large way today. Right now in Virginia, if you go to a casino, there's been a local referendum. If you go to a historical horse racing parlor, there's been a local referendum, and people know what they're getting into. And I don't have a problem with people going to a casino or a historical horse racing because they know they're going there to gamble, and that's their intent. But I'm concerned about enticing gambling devices when people are going to a convenience store to buy milk or eggs by the thousands in Virginia, thousands of these machines, perhaps more than we'll have in casinos or historical horse racing establishments. And urge the body to vote no.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually have, we've considered this concept in the past, and I have never supported it in the past. But over the past year, I've had the opportunity to speak to many of the business owners who would be affected by this, who have these machines in their office, in their places of work, and learned that that's what got them through the pandemic, the ability to have that supplemental income through the skilled games has actually kept them afloat. That changed my life, my opinion on this bill. Having the ability to talk to the folks who are directly impacted in my own community, as we talked about, many of them are first-generation Americans, many of them are small business, they are all small business owners, seeing the impact that it would have for us not to continue, to have this bill passed made a real difference on me. And so I will be voting for it, and uncharacteristic for me on a gambling issue, but I will be voting for this, and I urge the body to support it as well.
Chair recognizes Senator McGuire, the senator from Goochland.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Since as far back as I can remember, gambling in Virginia is only allowed if it's regulated. Right now, I think we have 4 casinos. We're talking about a 5th, maybe in Petersburg. We'll see how that goes. I'm against that because if you go to some other places like Atlantic City, things look great. But you go 4 neighborhoods back, anywhere around the casino, and there's poverty. People are throwing away their futures trying to help their child get into a college, etc. But at least in Virginia, people have to travel to go to a casino to do it. What the skill games do is they put gambling in every neighborhood in every locality in Virginia. And I understand under COVID, businesses were struggling and they saw this as a way to bring in some revenue, but it causes lots of problems with young people. And I had one constituent tell me that their grandmother spends all day at the skill game and they can't get them out of there. So for that reason and more, I ask the body to vote no on this legislation.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Subramaniam.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I just wanted to make a couple points. One, there's just this assumption that this is pure gambling. I would say that this is different. The skill games are different from other forms of gambling. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is, if it is gambling, then why are we picking winners and losers? Why are we approving casinos and taking it to the small businesses and really shortchanging the small businesses? These skill games during the pandemic were a lifeline to a lot of these businesses. A lot of these businesses are businesses owned by people of color, people in rural areas, people who, every dollar makes a difference. We just talked about minimum age, right? If we want to get these businesses thriving, then we need to find different sources of revenue so they can pay their employees, so they can keep their businesses up and running. And I think this is a really great lifeline for a lot of those businesses. And just generally, having talked to many of the business owners, a lot of them say that they have to shut down many of their stores, or a lot of their stores will actually, if we take like the mini marts or the gas stations, they will have to sell them off to bigger private equity companies who will then they will have the market in certain areas and they will increase prices for everybody. So I think this is a great measure. I thank the patron for bringing it. I hope we'll pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise to speak to the bill.
The senator may say on.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 212, and I appreciate the patron's willingness to work with me on different provisions. Some of that's reflected in the substitute, which helps clean up, I think, some provisions. And I really appreciate the patron and co-patron's ability to work through. It's still a work in progress. I'd still like to see some protections for small business, which I've talked about before, which is I put red on the board for multiple times through the committee. But that's part of the process to begin to mold the legislation into something that can protect the Commonwealth, problem gaming, the small businesses involved. And so I know this is going to continue. The patrons reached out and has been willing to work on a number of different issues with me. So I wanted to note that, prior through the committee, I've been a no on this. But, this is starting to get into a place I'm more comfortable in moving forward, and appreciate the patrons' work on it.
Chair again recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I renew my motion of passage of the bill. Thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. Bill passes.
Senate Bill 231, Children Comprehensive Health Care Coverage Program.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that SB 231 pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, when this bill passed out of committee last week, several out-of-state media outlets picked up on the news of this proposed legislation. And it's truly unfortunate. That much of the rhetoric that emerged during those reporting was rather ugly and, frankly, xenophobic. Sadly, one of our own colleagues argued about the bill publicly that, quote, these bad policies jeopardize not just Virginia's healthcare system, but create perverse incentives that illegals will see it as a green light to travel to Virginia for free schooling, driver's licenses, and and now free health care. First of all, I hope that each of us treats our commitments to universal public education as a sacred responsibility. It's in our Constitution, as we know. Article 8, Section 1 declares that, quote, the General Assembly shall provide for a system of free public elementary and secondary schools for all children of school age throughout the Commonwealth. And in fact, universal free education in Virginia was a requirement for its readmission to the United States following the Civil War. So I'm not sure why anyone in our body would begrudge, as our colleague stated, free schooling to any child living in our midst. And similarly, I have the same question. Why would anyone in our body begrudge health care coverage for any child? We know that a healthy childhood leads to better health and improved economic outcomes for children and their families. And we are at a point now that 11 states and Washington, D.C., when combined together, already provide full health insurance coverage to more than 1 million low-income immigrants, regardless of their legal status. Utah was the most recent state to pass similar legislation. Without coverage, many children end up using our emergency rooms for primary care and have little ability to afford medications or specialists or hospital care. And as we know, when sick individuals crash into our EDs using emergency Medicaid, those costs are astronomical. Our hospital systems are impacted as they provide charity care, as they are required to do by law and by humanity. Families with undocumented children have few avenues to sign up for affordable and comprehensive health coverage. In fact, federal law prohibits these families from accessing coverage through Medicaid, through CHIP, through the ACA. Children who have citizen status in Virginia have an uninsured rate of 4.1%, and in comparison, non-citizen children with undocumented status in Virginia are estimated to have an uninsured rate of 48%. And so the coverage that's proposed in the Cover All Kids Act includes preventative care, mental health care, and dental care. And those of us here who are parents know how vital it is that our children receive care and treatment when they're sick. And even if we're not parents, we who are in office have a responsibility to ensure that all children within our communities are well cared for. Health care is a human right. No children are illegal. They're simply children. Madam President, I ask that we pass this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Rome, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So this year will mark 42 years since Plyler versus Doe came out from the United States Supreme Court, and that ruled that no state can constitutionally keep a student away from public education because of their immigration status. I look at healthcare in the same light that we were just hearing about with education. And I bring it back to education there because, Madam President, in November 2017, a couple weeks after my first election to the House, I toured every single public school in the city of Manassas Park. 4 times that day, Madam President, 4 times that day, I had students ask me either what was my position on DACA or what was my position on the undocumented. And I was in an 8th grade class, and there was this boy there, and he stood against the back wall, and he was very kind of, timid as he was asking about this. It was obvious that it was about him and his family. And I said, well, to you personally as an individual, welcome. I'm glad you're here because I don't know how you got here. I don't know what your background is. I don't know the story of your life. What I do know is you're here. And it's my job to serve everyone who lives in my district. And I want you to be able to complete your education here. I want you to be able to go off to college if that's the path that you choose. Or if you want to go into the workforce, you should be able to do that too. If you want to have a family here when you're growing up, you should be able to do that. But your community should welcome you because of who you are, not despite it. These kids don't choose how they got here. They don't choose the fact that they are here. But the reality is they are here. And in the greater Manassas area, where we have so many of these kids who come in from all around the world, the message I want to send to them is that if you are here, you belong here, and I will treat you as a constituent, which means that you need to have a good education, and if the worst happens to you, you should be able to get your health care covered, just like any other student, any other child in our area. So let's do the humane thing, let's do the right thing, let's take care of these kids. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Sturdivant, the senator from Colonial Heights.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I know, like many pieces of legislation that come through this body, there are wonderful intents behind it, behind the policy, and I expect that is here as well. We also live in a world of limited resources, and what this legislation would do, according to the fiscal impact statement, would cost the Commonwealth over $100 million in just the next 5 years if we pass this and it becomes law in Virginia. And what that would do is divert resources from low-income Virginia citizens who need this support, prevents us from doing a lot of the good things that we need to do, paying our teachers better, paving our roads, the core functions of government. And that's ultimately our first and primary obligation. And this takes us away from that. And I'd hope it would be the will of the body to oppose this measure. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I represent a very diverse and beautiful community where there are people who come, we could call it the United Nations, because there are people who come from every part of the globe in my neighborhood. And one thing that I think that when we hear people saying that it's too expensive to care for our children, that they don't deserve adequate health care because it's not in their view, right? We think about that little boy who was my daughter's classmate, who we knew was undocumented, who went on to Brown and got a college degree on full scholarships. But when he was a little kid, he wasn't eligible for health care. We talk about the kids who have to go to the free clinic in my town to get their shots so that they can actually go to school every day. We want those kids to be healthy. We want them to be fully immunized. We want them to have their illnesses addressed early before things get really bad. And we want them to grow up to be productive community members, to take on the 21st century jobs, to help when they become parents and their children are in our communities, to be happy and healthy and successful. It's really short-sighted when we really pit children against children. We're better than that. The Commonwealth is one of the best places to live, work, and raise a family. And when we are having a conversation that says that those kids over there don't deserve adequate health care coverage, that's not who we are. That is not what we're about. And I urge every member in this body to vote yes on this important legislation.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in favor of the bill.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. My subcommittee, the Subcommittee on Health, actually heard this bill and received a great deal of testimony on it. And I think one of the issues that perhaps is missing from this conversation is the real advantage of having a child receive a medical home and all the preventive care that child can receive throughout his or her life, preventing that child from having to go to the emergency room, or in many cases contracting diseases or illnesses very late in the game and at a point where we cannot give the child the best outcome, the best health outcome.
And if a child does have a medical home, they can also gain that comprehensive look with mental health services being provided, as well as a range of other services that go along with having a primary care gatekeeper and somebody who can really help the child grow into a healthy, productive adult. There are huge benefits to this bill, and I caution the body about being short-sighted. Yes, it's going to cost some money, but I would argue and submit that we are going to be spending that money anyways, one way or the other. Either at the highest end of the cost spectrum with health care through the emergency room, where we get the least best outcomes, or in other ways. So let's just take the long view, and I would say the humane view. Let's do the right thing. The children are in our neighborhoods, they're in our communities, they're playing with our children. Let's support them. Let's give them health care. I hope the bill passes. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Hashmi, the senator from Chesterfield.
Thank you, Madam President. If no one else wishes to speak.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to respond to a few of the statements that were made. It is not the fact that this is going to cost Virginia or Virginian taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. One thing I would ask our colleagues to think about is the fact that undocumented families pay taxes too. And in fact, in 2021, undocumented individuals, undocumented immigrants in Virginia alone paid over $275 million in taxes, state and local. They ought to get some of that back in the form of social services that are critical to their children. And we are just talking about children. This is not extending to the entire families or to adults. Children's health care, which helps the children make sure that they get the preventative care that they need, that they get dental care. Imagine having a child that has a cavity, has a pain that they cannot endure, and you cannot help your child get the treatment that they need. Imagine having to watch your child suffer with fever and not be able to get them the kind of care that they need. As a parent, we've all faced those situations. Now, if you do the math, over the first 2 years of this program, Cover All Kids would be only 0.14% of the total introduced DMAS general fund budget. That's not even 1%. It's 0.14% of the overall DMAS budget. And in the next 2 fiscal years, the program represents 0.29%. Madam President, I think this is a bill that we can all support. It is critical, it's necessary, and most of all, it represents our fundamental humanity. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 253, Shared Solar Programs, amends existing program provisions to apply to Dominion Energy Virginia.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
So let's see if we can break the trend. So, Madam President, this bill has to do with shared solar. It also has to do with freedom. It has to do with the free market, capitalism. I know y'all going to love it. Madam President, here's the problem. About 3 years ago, we adopted a shared solar program for the Dominion territory. It was a 200-megawatt program, and what shared solar is that not everybody lives on a property or has the money where they can get solar power for their house. So if you live on a house where your tree's in the woods and you don't get good sunlight, solar isn't really a good investment for you. Say you got a business and you don't own your building. Say you're on a 5-10-year lease. You don't want to make a 20-year investment in solar panels on the roof of a business where you don't own the building. And the landlord doesn't want to do it either because the landlord doesn't pay the utilities. Often, commercial landlords just pass the utility costs straight through their tenants. So nobody really has the incentive to construct panels on a commercial property. Or suppose you just don't have the credit or you don't have the money to invest in panels yourself. So what shared solar does, it allows you to sign up on a subscription with a solar company where you can say, I want to purchase, say, 1, 2, 3, 5% of the output of those solar panels and then net them against your home meter. And that way you definitively know that the power that's powering your house is, or your business is renewable energy. That was the bill that we passed a couple years ago. We made it a 200-megawatt program and it allowed third parties to come in and do that. The problem that developed is that we had a low-income program as well. We said we're not just going to make this program available to people that have lots of money. We also want to make sure they're going to serve low-income people. And as part of the program, the State Corporation Commission had to set a minimum bill to make sure everybody was contributing to the cost of getting the wires and the transformers and getting the power in and out of people's homes, because these solar panels are going to be like 5, 10, 100 miles away. And there's other costs that we have to pay for, like coal ash cleanup and things like that. And the SCC set a minimum bill that was so high that none of the developers actually used the program for paying customers. They only used it for low-income customers that don't pay the minimum bill. So it basically created a low-income solar program instead of a solar program that everybody could use. This bill is an attempt to fix that. And basically what it does is it expands the program by 150 megawatts. It says the solar companies, after they build their panels, are not allowed to sell their renewable energy certificates to the private market. They have to retire those RECs. And it directs the State Corporation Commission to go back and redo the minimum bill and to subtract against the cost of the system the benefits that solar brings. So every time they put one of these projects in, these projects are limited to 5 megawatts, which are about 30 acres. They put in transformers, they put in wires, they make upgrades to the system. And those benefits were not looked at by the SCC, or if they did, they didn't really say that. And solar energy also has other benefits, like reduce climate change, reduce air pollution, better health benefits. None of that was considered. This bill requires the SEC to quantify in a monetary fashion those numbers and subtract it against the cost to come up with a minimum bill, which will hopefully make this program work. And those are basically what they do. And the reason I say it's about freedom is because, you know, what solar energy is about your ability to live on your land, in your house, by yourself, make your own power, and not be dependent on somebody else for it. And that's a value that I think a lot of people on both sides of the aisle value. It allows a little tiny bit, 150 megawatts more of third-party competition into our solar market. And also, for those of you who are from rural Virginia and you're worried about industrial-scale solar, you're worried about these big solar farms coming in, these projects are limited to 5 megawatts per project, which is only a 30-acre piece of land. Each project has to be that small, so it's not big. And so if you don't like utility-scale solar and you don't like having to buy your power from the power company, this should be a bill for you. Madam President, I'm hopeful that we got it right this time, and I hope we can get a good bipartisan vote on this.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 255, Shared Solar Programs, SCC, to establish by regulation, etc.
Chair again recognizes Senator Surreville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to pass the bill and speaking to that motion.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a creature of the same genre, but maybe a different species. So this is a shared solar program, but this one, I'm sorry, I moved to pass the bill and speak to that motion. Did I say that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This bill has to do with APCO. When we looked at this 3 years ago, we realized that APCO presented a very different situation with the way their territory works, the differences in growth of their customer base, their power usage, and also the demographics of their customers. And so we didn't do an APCO program. We've been working with APCO now for 3 years to try and figure out a shared solar solution that might work for them. What this program does is it authorizes a very small 50-megawatt program. It also has no low-income program because, again, the customer demographics of APCO are very different than Dominion, and so their ability to absorb those kinds of costs is very different. It has the exact same minimum bill language that we had in the other bill you just voted for a second ago. And the other thing that's very different from this one is that you'll get two bills for electricity, one from APCO and one from the solar company. On the one you just passed, they would net the two bills against each other, so you'd only pay Dominion, and that would be it. On this one, you end up paying both. But APCO says they have a different billing system. It's very expensive to fix. But we finally were able to get a program where we got peace in the valley with APCO on this. And I'm really excited. We'll be able to bring shared solar now to southwestern Virginia, which a lot of people have been asking for. So, Madam President, I hope we could pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 16.
Ayes 21, no 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 256, motor vehicle insurance, bad faith for the refusal of claims.
Chair recognizes again Senator Somerville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak to that motion again.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill has to do with another bill which those of us who have been here more than this session have seen a few times. This has to do with bad faith on uninsured and underinsured motorist coverage. So, the problem you're dealing with here is that in 2017, so it's about 7 years ago, the Supreme Court of Virginia came down with a case which changed how Virginia law is being interpreted for uninsured, underinsured, and uninsured motorist coverage. And what that is that's coverage that you buy, that your constituents buy in case somebody hits you who doesn't have enough insurance. And what the Supreme Court found is that if your insurance company decides not to pay you when somebody else hits you through no fault of your own, and your insurance company just delays settlement when it's really obvious they should settle the case, but they don't settle it, that the insurance company doesn't get punished for that. So you end up having to spend more money on experts. You have to wait a lot longer to get your money. In most other states, they have rules that say bad faith applies. So if the insurance company played a game with you just because they could and because they had the money, a court can punish them for it. And that's basically what this bill does. It levels the playing field, so it makes your insurance company settle their case with you promptly instead of waiting because they can get away with it. That's basically what it does, Madam President, and I'm happy to get into the details if anybody wants to get beyond that, but I hope we could pass the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke. The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 274, Prescription Drug Affordability Board established Drug Cost Affordability Review Report.
Chair recognizes the senator from Charlottesville, Senator Deeds.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Before I speak to the bill, I know that we've been together for 35 days now, and we're kind of tired of each other. Tensions are high, but I think I've got it all figured out. Sunday night was the Super Bowl, and we all got a hangover. We're depressed because we don't have sports. But you know what the good news is? Today, pitchers and catchers reported to a facility in Goodyear, Arizona. The Cincinnati Reds are back on the field. So we've got something big to look forward to. This bill creates a prescription drug affordability board. 8 other states have done this. The reality is that we're facing a crisis of skyrocketing prescription drug costs. Virginians spend on average 36% more than other people do. Means that 1 in 4 Virginians is not taking their medicine as prescribed. 2/3 of all Virginians are supposed to take prescription drugs, and a similar 2 of every 3 Virginians worry they won't be able to afford their medicine this year. What this bill does, it creates this board. The board will lower the cost of medicine by setting cost limits on how much Virginia consumers will pay for a limited number of extremely burdensome medications. The board is an independent body of health and medical experts using proven database strategies that's already working to lower prescription costs in 8 other states. I reiterate my request that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator may continue.
Madam President, members of the Senate, I like the fact that we wait and take a look at what other states are doing before we jump in. There are perils to being on the leading edge of a wave. And by waiting and evaluating the success of the efforts in other states, we have an opportunity to avoid that peril that is posed by being on the leading edge and making those mistakes. But we also have an opportunity not to follow the mistakes that other states are making. And what we have is an example set by 8 or 9 other states that have adopted these unelected boards. They have spent millions of dollars. Maryland spent $3 or $4 million setting up their prescription drug affordability board. And in those 8 or 9 other states, consumers have not saved 1 red cent as a result of the efforts of these boards. We are going to be spending money to set this up, and we are not going to see the benefits. We all want lower prescription prices. This, however, is one in which we've seen how it does not work in other states, and we should not follow the bad example set in these other instances. I would hope that the members would vote no.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I've spoken with the patron of the bill, and this is a wonderful intent. You know, we all know the costs of drugs can really be put people out of any kind of affordability. But what the senator from Rockingham brings up is an issue. And while there have been a number of states who have gone down this road, we finally had one that banned a drug, Colorado. It was a drug involving cystic fibrosis. And the cystic fibrosis community stood up and said, no, please, don't control the price on this drug because the drug manufacturer may abandon the drug as being unaffordable to try to get out. And I think that's what we're going to face here, is that people are going to see that their drug for their child, for their grandfather, for their spouse is going to be the one that is at risk of being abandoned by the drug company. And I don't know how you solve this conundrum, Madam President. I really don't, because the intent here is so good and so important. And we did a great thing, I think, when we controlled the price on diabetes medications here in the Commonwealth. But at this point in time, I think I was half kidding when I spoke to the patron. I said, maybe we just ought to pick a state and do whatever they do if one of them can get something done and save ourselves the money and the time and the trouble. But I don't think that's necessarily the way to go. But I think we need to wait a little bit longer. I voted for this last year because I said, well, Maryland will have to, in their 5th year of operation, will finally get something done. They didn't. Colorado finally did and then had to undo it. I think this is just a little premature. Let's take our time. Let's see what other states do and see who gets it right and then go down that road. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Subramaniam, the senior senator from Loudoun.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, I'm glad we all agree that we need to lower prescription drug costs across the country, especially in our state. I've heard from a lot of constituents, and so have you all, about how these costs are increasing every year and that there doesn't seem to be any sort of oversight or regulation that's required to be able to address this. And, I looked at this problem a couple of years ago when I first joined the other body, and one of the things that I saw was the agencies we currently have have and the mechanisms we currently have in the Commonwealth are not necessarily the best mechanisms for trying to address prescription drug costs. So I appreciate the patron bringing together a proposal to create a board that is dedicated to lowering prescription drug costs, that is thinking about this all the time, constantly. One of the reasons why these boards have not been as successful in other states is because they've been stripped of a lot of their power by some of the interests that want to keep prescription drug costs higher. So as we continue this, as we pass legislation like this, I also hope that we will empower this board and give it the authority it needs to be able to protect consumers from these high costs. Thank you, Madam. And I hope we support the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage?
Madam Chair, and I apologize.
Senator Deeds.
I apologize. I just want to speak a little rebuttal to my friends from Rockingham and the senior senator from Fairfax. These boards are a relatively new concept. And in Colorado, they're actually looking at 5 drugs, only one for cystic fibrosis, one for autoimmune disease, one for HIV, one for arthritis and psoriasis. And the bills are currently being reviewed. The drugs are being reviewed. And right now, in Minnesota, they've got one up and running that's doing rulemaking right now. This is a fairly new idea, but it's one that can work. There is no silver bullet to reduce prescription drugs. So many people have said on the floor of this Senate that our job this session, except for having long speeches, is to help reduce the cost of living for the people we represent. This is a bill with great promise to do that, and I ask you to support it.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Ayes 23, no 16. The bill passes.
Maintenance activities required identification information.
Chair recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 300 addresses how the Department of
For what
Elections...
purpose does the senator rise?
Rise to speak to the bill and passage of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. SB 300 addresses how the Department of Elections handles any data that they use to clean up Virginia's voter registration list. This bill also ensures that the Department of Elections has standards for matching data, fields before being used to clean a voter's file. It also requires that the Department of Elections have a minimal confidence level of data that matches information on the Virginia's voting rolls before any voter is flagged for removal. And before any voter is canceled, registrars will be required to send notice to the voter and the reason for the cancellation. And lastly, this bill requires a cancellation record to be created for every canceled voter, and that such records are public in accordance with the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and the National Voter Registration Act. And this bill comes from what we've seen in the past when over 3,300 Virginia voters were unlawfully purged from the voting rolls. And this just makes sure that doesn't happen again and allow due process before members removed from the voting rolls. And with that, I move passage of the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 329, compost and other products containing organic soil amendments, infrastructure, civil penalty.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to that bill.
The senator may continue.
Madam President, well, today is February 13th, and on this day 80 years ago, my mother was born. And I want you all to give her a birthday present today. Yep, she's 80. She's your age, Madam Chair. So this bill is about compost. My whole life, my mom had been telling me I need to clean my plate, and that if I don't clean my plate, the food ought to go in the compost instead of the trash can. And what this bill is about giving our local governments the tools to be able to ensure that food doesn't go in a trash can. That instead, it goes to an anaerobic digestion facility. The reason that's important is a lot of states have started to try to develop these businesses where we take food scraps, for example, stuff out of chicken plants, animal waste out of chicken houses, cow manure out of dairy farms, and food waste out of restaurants, food manufacturing facilities, people's trash, throw it in a big tub, and we can make methane. Good old Virginia methane that we can put in our pipelines instead of fracked methane coming from other parts of the state. The only thing this bill does is it gives our localities the option, doesn't require it, just the sole option to require waste segregation, for example, for larger waste producers. It also tells our schools that anytime they build a new school, to make sure they build that school to be able to segregate their waste in the school. Because guess what? Some of the biggest food waste producers in our localities are schools. So that's all the bill does. The idea is to sort of create a consistent feedstock to help us create some good old Virginia methane. And Madam President, I will hope we can pass this bill and give my mother her 80th birthday present.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 364, Elections, Protection of Election Officials, Penalty.
Chair recognizes the senator from Alexandria, Senator Eben.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 364 has to do with protecting election officials, members of the Electoral College, and staff and employees of the Department of Elections. Basically, we already have protections for interfering with an officer of election at a polling place. This removes the limitation of the interference being required to be at a polling place, and further, it extends to interfering with members of the Electoral College, and also adds a section that if you threaten to kill or do bodily injury or intimidate, coerce, harass, etc., that you would be guilty of a crime as well. With that, I move the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 448, Cannabis Control, establishes a framework for creation of a retail marijuana market, penalties.
Chair recognizes Senator Rouse, the junior senator from Virginia Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to it.
Senator has the floor.
As members of the General Assembly know and understand, in 2021, the General Assembly legalized the growing possession, consumption, and sharing of cannabis, but the following year failed to create a regulated adult use market to allow legal sales. But since that time, we've seen a major expansion of the legal market where unregulated, untested, and untaxed products are sold, oftentimes to minors. We hear from Scott County to Virginia Beach that this is a true public safety and public health crisis, and that we're missing out on tens of millions of dollars of potential revenue that could be reinvested in our communities and in programs to create generational wealth and further economic development. But regardless of where you stand on cannabis, we can all agree that's about time that we, and I hope we all agree, that we regulate this market. This bill does not create an adult use market, but rather sets up a system to regulate and tax what is already here. This bill has been through dozens of revisions since session started in order to address the concerns of all of our stakeholders. And as a result, this bill gives adults safe access to legal product addressing existing public health and public safety concerns. It creates jobs and generates tax revenue. On top of this, SB 448 ensures that we lower barriers to entry, provide opportunities to equal access, and do justice to those ravaged by poverty and prior drug policy. It will invest in our programs, in our community programs, and protect our families. And lastly, but certainly not sure, lastly, SB 448 ensures fair participation. In this bill, no one applicant is preferred over another. There are no head starts. And according to the JLART report, it ensures with the recommendation that if the market be set up, that everyone to go to market on day one. And finally, this bill accomplished what the legislature set out to do back in 2021, and hopefully that we set up the adult use market. And that is the bill before you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Enrico, Senator Van Valkenburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, members of the body, I want to talk about one of the reasons why I'm a co-patron of this bill and why one of the issues to this piece of legislation that I think gets overlooked when we talk about the legal market. I've been one of the more skeptical Democrats in the last 3 years as we've talked about legalization and legal market, and I think the reason why I've been one of the more skeptical members is that I teach every day. And I go into a classroom and I see the effect that it has on young people. And so I really have a hard time when people talk about marijuana in this, it's almost like it can do no wrong. It heals all ills and it has no negative effects, because it does. It does have negative effects. But I also recognize that the laws we've had for 50 years haven't worked, that this has wreaked havoc on certain communities more than others, and that we do have these drugs in our communities now. And to me, the most important part of this bill, and the only reason I'll vote for this bill, and one of the reasons I'm speaking today, is I want to lay a marker for when we go to conference, and I want to lay a marker for hopefully when the governor acts favorably upon it, is that we need to have public health measures in effect for this. We need to focus on how this impacts our young people, how this affects our communities. And so I'm going to point to a couple parts of the bill that I think are important. I'm not going to be comprehensive, but I want to point to a couple parts of the bill that I think are very important for public health, which is, I think, what should be the focus of anything we do in this market, and I think is the focus of this bill. One, it sets up a public health advisory board that has veto over CCA regulations that intersect with public health. So we don't have a board that's making economic decisions only. We have a board that's making economic and public health decisions. Two, this bill lays out a framework for the CCA to punish bad actors that are licensees. And I think that's really important to say. I want a licensee to make money. That's why people are getting into this. But I want them looking out for my community as well. And I think that this bill is going to set up the regulations that make them have to think about both things. Third, he talked about there's no head start. I think that's very important, but also there's caps on the number of licensees. When we were looking at this bill back in 2021, Colorado, which didn't have any caps, had 2 dispensaries for every Starbucks and McDonald's combined in the state of Colorado. On my 5-mile stretch of Staples Mill Road, that would have been 8 dispensaries alone, not including all the side businesses that come up about it. But we set these caps, I think, at a reasonable number. And then finally, I would just note that the packaging and testing provisions in this bill are very strong. And so I think when we think about why we need to move forward on this, we have public health problems with this right now. And this bill will go a long way to fixing it. And so I'd hope that we all vote favorably upon it. And I hope we would insist that the House also vote favorably upon these public health measures. Thank you, Madam President.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. And the senators ready to vote. Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 454, Electric Utilities Recovery of Development Costs Associated with Small Modular Reactor.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill allows a process for Appalachian Power and Dominion Energy to file petitions for prudency reviews with the State Corporation Commission for the recovery of certain small nuclear reactor, known as SMRs, their project development costs. Small nuclear reactors are nuclear reactors that produce nuclear power, but are generally smaller than traditional nuclear reactors. Through SMRs, there have been defined at providing power capacity of up to 300 megawatts per reactor, But due to developing technology and efficiency, this legislation allows SMRs to be classified up to 500 megawatts so as to allow for technological advancements. SMRs can provide reliable, round-the-clock, emissions-free electricity. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, SMRs offer advantages such as relatively small physical footprints, reduced capital investments, ability to be sited in locations not possible for large nuclear plants, and provisions for incremental power additions. SMRs also offer distinct safeguards, security, and non-proliferation advantages. One particular advantages of SMRs is that they can be manufactured in central locations and transported to the operation sites. This provides economies of scale that can drive down capital costs. Our own nuclear companies in Lynchburg could be a huge part of this effort here in the Commonwealth of Virginia, creating jobs and expanding our economy. This bill establishes the opportunity for Dominion and APCO to request that the SCC approve SMR project development costs. The SCC retains complete discretion to approve or deny recovery. This bill does not address approval of constructing or operating these SMRs. Dominion Energy and APCO would still need to file for a Certificate of Public Convenience and Need, a CPCN, before they could proceed. Though each utility will be able to use this legislation for one SMR facility, such a facility could have multiple SMRs. One of the benefits of SMRs is that the number of SMRs can be scaled so as to deploy units over time to match the power production need. The SMR project development legislation will help Virginia take advantage of federal incentives for these SMRs that will benefit electric consumers, including $25 million megawatt production tax credit and a 10% bonus credit for an SMR located on a brownfield or in an energy community such as in the coal fields or former coal-fired plant. The SMR project development legislation will support efforts to build SMRs in Virginia. The SMR project development legislation will help these manufacturers and supply chains to locate in Virginia. One of the things I'm concerned about, Madam President, is that we need to get in line here. This takes a long time to get through the federal process. We have to have the legislation to do that. Dominion estimates that we're really not going to be able to get one in place until 2034. And what I'm concerned about is if we don't get started on this process, when the technology and the safety and the cost all start to line up, then there'll be competition for who gets these SMRs from other states who are ahead of us in this process. You know, we've laid down a marker with the Virginia Clean Economy Act to be carbon neutral by 2045 in Dominion territory and 2050 in APCO. But look what's happened since then. We passed the Clean Car Act, which says that, you know, we're all going to have electric vehicles. That's a great goal. It's going to take a lot of electricity to do that. We have also, Madam President, we have proliferated the number of data centers, which are just huge electricity consumers. And everybody wants them. They all want them someplace else, but everybody wants them. And we're also starting to see a decline in the number of solar sites that are moving forward simply because a lot of the low-hanging fruit is gone. This is our future. We have to prepare for it. Remember, the SEC does not have to allow any of this to take place, only if it's prudent, if it can be proved affordable, and if it's in the best interest of everyone here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I renew my motion that we pass this bill and look to our future. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor? Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And as you heard the senator mention that we have two of the world's leading companies in the nuclear industry in Lynchburg, Framatome and BWXT. But more importantly, as the senator stated, if we are ever going to get to carbon-free energy in 2024, in 2045, and 2050, there is absolutely no way this will ever happen without the use of nuclear power. You are not going to get there with solar. You're not going to get there with wind. There's absolutely no way. There are not enough projects. There's not enough land. There's not enough approval. These nuclear reactors will do it. And I know there are a lot of people in my neck of the woods who get their power from Appalachian Power who are upset about their rates, especially the last 2 to 3 months have gone up dramatically. And apparently Appalachian Power made some bad decisions about where they were getting their power, and that's affected rates now. And rates may be high now, but if you ever want to see reduced rates, whether you're in Dominion or Appalachian Power District, you're going to have to look to nuclear power. And we're not building any major nuclear facilities anymore on the rivers that have the massive facilities. What we're talking about in these small modular reactors are the same things that we are building right outside of Lynchburg and putting into our naval submarines, our nuclear submarines, our nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. The same type of design that can be plugged in, traveled, built one place, traveled on a trailer or a train anywhere in the Commonwealth, installed and basically plugged in and producing clean power immediately. If you don't think your constituents like power, think about what happens when you have a hurricane come through your district or a tornado go through your district and your power is out for 2 days. Who gets the calls? Have any of y'all ever gotten calls when your power's gone out? And people wonder why they don't have electricity and why they don't have air conditioning, or why, worse, in the winter, they don't have heat. Because their power's gone out. And if you don't have a dependable power company, we have our great co-ops, we have Appalachian Power, we have Dominion. And they send their people out in the middle of ice storms, in the middle of snowstorms, right after hurricanes, right after tornadoes, and those people are climbing power lines. They're cutting trees to get power back to your constituents, and they're not going to get it there with wind and solar. We need this, and when we heard this in committee, people said, well, this technology is 10 years down the road. When are we going to get this technology? We're going to spend all this money. We're not going to have this technology. Well, if you don't spend the money now, you are never going to get that technology. And I'll point out for the people who are really concerned about their constituents who have the high rates right now, this will produce lower rates in the future. This gives you the ability to develop these nuclear reactors to give your constituents dependable and cheap energy in the future. So I please ask us, I hope this body will pass this bill so we can start this development. We have the greatest minds in this industry in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Let's put them to work.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to clarify just a couple things that are out there to make sure that the record's clear about SMRs and the relationship with the environment and the way we regulate utilities. So there was a bill on this last year. If you all remember the bill last year, it basically tried to take away the SEC's discretion almost on these. It completely tilted the decision-making process in favor of these things getting approved. This bill is completely the opposite. It basically leaves complete discretion with the SEC to figure this out and figure out how to get it done. And that's the policy we set last year, is let the SEC make the decision as uninhibited, unburdened as possible. And that's what this does. That's one reason I think this bill is a good idea in the way to approach this. Second thing, I've heard some talk about from some folks that this is unproven technology. You just heard the senator from Lynchburg talk about it. Those of you who were here 4 years ago may remember that 4 years ago I was stood up by the senator from Bedford who asked me about energy storage, because we had a bill in this chamber that we approved. It was signed by Governor Northam to authorize that basically said 3,500 megawatts of energy storage was in the public interest, taking that discretion away from the SEC completely and saying 3,500 megawatts was in the public interest. And by the way, that's 10 times, that's 10 SMRs. If you look it up, if you Google it around, SMRs are about 300 megawatts per reactor. We authorized, told the SEC they had to approve 3,500 megawatts of energy storage. And Senator Bedford said to me, what's the technology we're going to use? And if y'all remember, I said, I don't know. I said I got a list of 10 different things that people are looking at, but nobody's really figured out how to do energy storage yet. But we have to create the market conditions necessary for investors to put money into this, like utilities, to make this stuff work. That's exactly what this is, except we actually have SMRs already, as the senator from Lynchburg just pointed out, because we've been using them in nuclear aircraft carriers and submarines for a long time now. This bill is about creating the market conditions for SMRs that we did the exact same thing on energy storage. And for some reason, the same people that are advocating energy storage are now objecting to SMRs. I don't understand why, but to me, this is a good way to create the market we need in order to meet the demand that we've now been told we're going to have in Virginia with the explosion of data centers and the need for power in this state. SMRs, I think, are the way to get there. And the last thing I'll say, Madam President, is just today, we get these emails from the National Conference of State Legislatures. The daily update I got today, headline article was, federal money could supercharge state efforts to preserve nuclear power. That was the lead headline. You're going to have a bill later up that's all about that I'm carrying about a renewable energy authority. And if you go down in the article, it says, meanwhile, both red and blue states have taken steps to allow for the development of small modular reactors, an emerging technology backers say can help power rural areas or industrial operations without the demand of a large plant. They list the states: the liberal bastion of Connecticut, conservative bastion of Connecticut, Illinois, Kentucky, Montana, and West Virginia. That's an interesting list of states. But I would just point out that the naysayers of this, I just do not understand what the problem is. We've given the SEC complete discretion to approve this program. If they think it's in the best interest of ratepayers, they can terminate it on an annual basis. We're doing the right thing to create jobs in this state with this and to meet our power demands. I think it's a good bill, and I think we all ought to support it.
Chair recognizes Senator Hackworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I want to clarify my no vote on this by saying that I am fully supportive of SMRs. I have run nuclear bills probably the last 2 to 3 years that I've been in the General Assembly. I think it is great technology. I think it's the way of the future. But the reason I'm going to put a red on the board today is because of the increased cost it will be for our ratepayers in Southwest Virginia. We have seen that they are 25% more than competing utilities. We have more constituent calls concerned about the rates that we are being charged in Southwest Virginia than any other constituent calls. So I have talked to the patron. If we can somehow unhinge this from Phase 1 utilities, I'd be glad to support this, but I cannot support a bill that would put more increased cost and burden upon our folks in Southwest Virginia that are averaging every Sunday at the dinner table. I have my father-in-law and mother-in-law on fixed income. They live in a very modest house, and their power bill is averaging $300 to $400 a month. $300 to $400 a month. So I cannot, in good conscience, support this just because of the rate increase that it would be for my constituents, and I've heard them loud and clear, and I'm going to be putting a red on the board for that. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
I rise to speak to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Ma'am, I had not intended to speak to the bill, but my friends from Lynchburg and my friends and from Eastern Fairfax, I needed to respond a little bit. I don't think we're going to get to our goals without nuclear power. That's number one. Number two, the good thing about this bill is it leaves it up to the SEC, so I've got some comfort there. But number three, the cost that my friend from Lynchburg talks about being passed on or investing early on is going to come from the ratepayers. The only place in the country where they tried this was Idaho, where they built up $16 million in cost that are passed on to the ratepayers when the investor pulled out because the cost of the plan had doubled and the technology wasn't going to work. This bill just might be a little premature.
Chair again recognizes Senator Marsden, the senior senator from Fairfax.
Thank you, Madam President. I reiterate my motion to the bill pass. And with regards to rates, there's a real long runway here that we're trying to spread the costs out over the next 6, 8, 10 years so that there won't be a rate shock when all of a sudden one of these things is developed and put into practice, put in online. And that's what this is all about. Nothing comes for free. I am reminded of the senior senator from Fairfax, who was the senior senator before me and the only really, truly senior senator in the history of the Commonwealth, who sat at that chair right there and said, things don't come for free. Progress doesn't come for free. We have to dig down. We have to make this happen because I was a chief co-patron of the Clean Economy Act. I want it to happen. It's a marker we laid down, and we have to be committed to it. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 16.
Ayes 20, noes 16. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 504, Police and Court Records, expungement, term otherwise dismissed.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill has to do with expungement and sealing. There's about 1.6 million Virginians who have criminal histories. However, only a small fraction of them have an expungement available to them, but a whole bunch of them have sealing available. We passed a bill about 3 years ago that's going to go into effect in 2025 that helps solve that problem. This bill cleans up a lot of loose ends on that before the law goes into effect. Number one, it reverses a couple of Supreme Court cases that came down in the last 12 months that have made it much more difficult to expunge charges when you're innocent, completely innocent. They changed what everybody thought the law was for decades. The second thing the bill does is it makes us treat expungement exactly like our existing law that's going to go into effect is on sealing. So for some reason, when we were drafting the sealing law, we provide a court-appointed counsel if you want to get a conviction sealed, but we don't provide that counsel if you want to get a dismissal expunged, which is kind of crazy because if you're innocent, you have much more of a right to a lawyer than if you're convicted, you would think. So it makes those two equal. The next thing it does is a lot of times when you get an expungement, these private companies that do these background checks don't actually remove your conviction from your record, so it keeps showing up again and again and again. On the sealing legislation, we made it possible for these companies to purchase lists of everybody whose charges have been sealed so that they can clean up their record. But we did not allow them to purchase lists of charges that have been expunged so they can clean up their record. So it gives access to companies that do background checks to those lists of expunged charges so they can clean up their record, and if they continue to publish information about people after they've been expunged, they can be sued. That's the trade-off. The bill does a couple other little things, but that's basically the thrust of it. This will make expungement and sealing truly available to the 1.6 million Virginians who need this relief, who are begging for this relief. I have dozens of people who call me every year to get convictions sealed. This will also get a lot more people available in our workforce, a lot more people with their barrier crimes lifted. It's something we need to do, and I hope we'll pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 508, Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, Geothermal Heating and Cooling Systems.
Chair again recognizes Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill has to do with geothermal heating systems. So you all may realize, remember that we passed the Virginia Clean Energy Act 3 years ago, and as part of that, one of the ways that our energy producers are able to meet their energy goals is to purchase renewable energy certificates from people that have solar panels on their roofs or people that operate wind turbines or other kinds of renewable energy projects. What this does is it adds geothermal to our renewable energy program, so that if you install a geothermal system on your home or on your business, you can also participate in that REC market to sell RECs. The reason that's important is because under the IJA or whatever the Federal Infrastructure Act that got passed, the federal government will now pay for up to 1/3 of the cost for every geothermal system that's installed, which makes these systems a lot more popular, a lot more affordable, and you're going to see a lot more of them deployed. The state of Maryland made RECs available on this 3 years ago, and they have a booming geothermal industry. We need to have the same thing in Virginia. This helps give a little bit more nudge to that booming market. And Madam President, I would hope we could adopt the bill to give geothermal the full benefit of creating renewable energy.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 565, Energy Efficiency Programs, Incremental Annual Savings.
Chair recognizes the senator from Charlottesville, Senator Deeds.
Madam Chair, rise to speak. I move the bill pass. I'd like to speak to that, please.
The senator has the floor.
Madam Chair, a little bit ago you heard on the floor the senator from Tazewell talk about $300 monthly bills for residential consumers. I've heard from our friends from Roanoke County and Washington County. There's a benefit to sitting on this side of the aisle, guys. I've heard from our friends from Roanoke County and Washington County about huge energy bills, $600 for one person that lives in a trailer in the Appalachian Territory. It offends you. Well, that's what this bill is all about. The cheapest electricity, the cheapest energy we use is that we don't use, what we don't use. This bill is about there were a whole lot of chefs in the kitchen, but it restores authority to the SEC, allowing them to set future energy efficiency targets that are feasible and cost effective. It reduces a burdensome process contained in a one code section. They have to use 3 out of 4 tests. The tests were developed in California in the 1980s. So it's time for an update, and this provides that update. This bill creates a single test developed by the SEC, involves a proven stakeholder group process with utilities and experts. It gives utilities stability by keeping the current process during the development of the new test. Through a nationally recognized reference guide developed by the industry, utilities, and national experts, the SEC has provided guidance on test development. This guidance does not limit the discretion of the SEC, but maintains flexibility to include those items it deems valuable. And I want to... This bill was introduced in another body we will not speak of, but it was introduced by someone who would sit to the left of me in this chamber. This is a bipartisan. Efficiency is a bipartisan issue, and I would ask you to support this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator DeSteff, the senior senator from Virginia Beach.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, while I don't want to hold up progress on the floor today, this is the standard we're talking about, 300-plus pages, which I read this weekend, that we're going to tell the SEC that they must have and comply with when they're setting the standard. I don't want to offer amendments today because it would be too voluminous, and I know it wouldn't be considered friendly. I've talked to the senator from Charlottesville, and we're very hopeful, and I'm very hopeful, that when this comes over, we'll spend adequate time in committee discussing this. And again, I don't want to waste time on the floor with this. I'm looking forward to discussing this forward. And I'd also like to find out, this standard normally gets updated. It's every 3 to 5 years. It's been 4 years, I believe, since it was updated last. I'm sure we're ready for another update. And since we're going to tie the SEC and mandate that they apply this standard, I'd like to make sure we go into this with both eyes open. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Madam President, would the senior senator for Virginia Beach yield for a question?
Well, the senior senator from Virginia Beach yield for a question.
Madam President, I'm happy to yield.
Senator DeSteff yields. Senator McPike has the floor.
Thank you. So I'd ask the senator, so it's my understanding that the senator prefers that we use the California standard that is current Virginia practice from the 1980s, so we can have 4 written tests by the California's process versus us developing our own Virginia process.
Senator DeSteff has the floor.
Madam President, I'm happy to answer the gentleman that if we look at this 300-plus page standard, that it is done by individuals from California, Oregon, Washington, and many other groups
that would require and mandate, again, enactment clause number 2 on our bill would mandate the SEC to comply with this standard. Madam President, I think that we really need to take a hard look at this because this standard is updated every 3 to 5 years, and we're due for another update on this. I really would like to know what the standard is going to be that we're going to require the SEC to comply with. Thank you, Madam President.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 20, noes 19.
Ayes 20, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 603.
Madam President.
For what purpose does the senator from Eastern Fairfax rise?
Madam President, having voted on the prevailing side by which we just passed Senate Bill 565, I'd move to reconsider that vote so the patron can vote for his own bill.
The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 565 passed be reconsidered? Those in favor will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The bill is reconsidered. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the bill pass, and I really do mean it this time.
Question is, shall the sincerity of the bill pass? Senate Bill 565. Those in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passes. Sincerely.
Senate Bill 603. Incarcerated women who are pregnant, etc. DCJS et al. To make recommendations for treatment.
Chair recognizes the senator from Goochland, Senator McGuire.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
The senator may continue.
Senate Bill 603 directs the Department of Criminal Justice Services to establish a work group to study and make recommendations related to prioritizing drug treatment for incarcerated women that are pregnant. I spoke with a woman affiliated, law enforcement woman yesterday who was affiliated with the Central Virginia Correctional Unit, and she said that these women are some of the most vulnerable people in our society. There's an increase of 400. The number of women in jail these days is up 400%, and these women that are addicted to drugs and pregnant in jail, 96% of them are victims of human trafficking, assault, or rape. So as we try to help rehabilitate folks in jail, they have the triple threat of being in jail, being pregnant, and being addicted to drugs. So she said this was a wonderful idea, and it has zero fiscal impact, and it is a work group. So I hope it will be the will of the body to vote yes.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 634, State Corporation Commission Powers and Duties.
Chair recognizes the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Rouse.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speak to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
SB 634 simply expands the factors that the SEC can consider in making decisions. The new factors that the SEC can consider under this bill include safety, Virginia's economy, workforce development, and the maintenance of fair labors. And with the amendment we accepted yesterday, to make sure have it more specific, it's just related to the regulation and oversight of utilities, and that is the bill before you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 737, Energy Efficiency Programs, clarifies definition.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know why all my bills came up last, but it's one of the benefits of being the end of the alphabet, I guess. Madam President, this bill has to do with energy efficiency. Right now, our utilities are allowed to credit certain gains made from energy efficiency for purposes of the RPS that we talked about earlier. But one of the things they're not allowed to credit is benefits that are derived from electrification. So basically what this bill does is it adds electrification to the list of programs that can be used for energy efficiency credit. And what that means is that if somebody upgrades their inefficient fuel oil heating system at their house into a heat pump, or if they upgrade from propane to a heat pump, that the utility can count those gains as against their energy efficiency targets. And what that means is that not only will we reach those energy efficiency targets faster with the right incentives, but it also means that your constituents will save a lot of money because a heat pump is a lot cheaper than fuel oil. It's a little bit cheaper than propane, not as much, but it's a lot cheaper than heating oil. And Madam President, I've heard that this will save, if people put heat pumps on their homes, it could save them over $1,000 a year. And with the new federal incentives to install heat pumps, the federal government, as I said earlier, on geothermal will cover a third of the cost. That, coupled with the utility incentives, will in this bill, will get us there to our clean energy goals a lot faster. And as you heard what the senator from Charlottesville said, the energy that we use to keep our squirrels warm outside is the cheapest energy that we can access. We need to do everything we can to promote energy efficiency in addition to promoting renewable energy. I hope it could pass the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Chair recognizes the senator from Eastern Fairfax County, Senator Somerville.
Madam President, I rise for motion and speaking to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I read this motion off, I just want to sort of tell everybody how we're going to run from here on out really quick so everybody's on the same page. I should have done this at the beginning, but I neglected to. So right now we're into uncontested second reads. We're going to handle these the exact same way we've done previously. We'll go through these second reads, then we'll move to suspend the rules, go back and push these second reads through. When we get to second read regular, we're going to do all the regulars, adopt the amendments in gross. We're going to go backwards and then push all those through to final passage. And then we will finally go to the first reads. So that's the order of business we're gonna do today. So I want to make sure everybody's on the same page and knows how we're going to proceed as we start this more atypical process. So, Madam President, I move that all Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 14 through 22, Senate Bills 176 to 699, be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in the block. After the adoption of any amendments thereto, any senator desiring to move bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 14 through 22, Senate Bills 176 through 699, be engrossed and advanced to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 176, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 217, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the substitute from the Committee on General Laws and Technology be agreed to.
The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, shall the substitute from General Laws and Technology be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Substitute is rejected. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 320, reported from the reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes again Senator Favola, the senator from Arlington.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the substitute be rejected from the Committee on Education and Health, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
With the recommendation that the substitute from Education and Health be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute be accepted? Those in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute is rejected. Senator Favola.
I move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations now be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 222, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator McGuire, the senator from Goochland.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 243, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 260, Virginia Public Procurement Act, preference for products made or manufactured in Virginia and U.S. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Madam President, with the recommendation we reject the Committee on General Laws and Technology substitute, I move the substitute.
With the recommendation that the substitute from General Laws and Technology be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is rejected. Senator DeStaff.
Madam President, I move the Committee on Finance substitute.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 302, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes again Senator DeStaff.
Madam President, I move the Committee on General Laws substitute.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 347, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Orange, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation to be rejected, I would now move the substitute from the Committee on Education and Health be agreed upon.
With the recommendation that the substitute from Education and Health be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is rejected. Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Madam President. I would now ask that we agree to the committee amendment from Finance and Appropriations.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 496, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute from General Laws and Technology be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the committee amendment from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendment now be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 499, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with the substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, with the recommendation that the substitute be rejected, I move that the committee substitute from Education and Health be agreed to.
With the recommendation that the substitute from Education and Health be rejected, the question is, shall it be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute from Education and Health is rejected. Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 581, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute from the Finance Committee be adopted.
The question is, shall the substitute be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 627, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Portsmouth.
Yes,
Senator
ma'am.
Lucas.
Madam President, thank you. Madam President, I move that the substitute for Education and Health be rejected. With the I am so sorry. Madam President, I move that the amendment be rejected with the recommendation that it be agreed to.
With a recommendation that the substitute from the Education and Health be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is rejected. Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, Madam President, I move that the amendment from Finance and Appropriations be accepted.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations now be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is accepted.
Senate Bill 630, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator McGuire, the senator from Goochland.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that the Courts of Justice amendments be rejected, I move that the amendments be agreed to.
With the recommendation that the committee amendments from Court of Justice be rejected, the question is, shall the amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Committee amendments are rejected. Senator McGuire.
Madam President, I move that the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
Question is, shall the substitute now be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 691, reported from the Committee on Courts of Justice with an amendment, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Madam President.
Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, move that the amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 699, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair can recognize Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. The question is, shall the Senate bills now be engrossed and advanced to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed and advanced to their third reading. Senator Surville.
Regular calendars.
We're still in this one.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that all Senate bills now on third reading, uncontested calendar, pages 14 through 22. Senate Bills 166 to 699 be placed upon their final passage in the block. Any senator desiring to move a bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage.
Hi, Madam President.
Senator Surville.
Thanks. Hopefully I'll get it right this time. I had the papers kind of backwards in here, but let's see. I move that all the Senate bills now on third reading, uncontested calendar, pages 14 through 22, Senate Bills 176 to 699, be placed on their final passage in the block. Any senator desiring to move a bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 14 through 22, Senate Bills 176 through Senate Bills 699, now be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. The clerk will now read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 176, Senate Bill 217, Senate Bill 220, Senate Bill 222, Senate Bill 243, Senate Bill 260, Senate Bill 302, Senate Bill 347, Senate Bill 496, Senate Bill 499, Senate Bill 581, Senate Bill 627, Senate Bill 630, Senate Bill 691, Senate Bill 699.
The question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of the passage of the bills in the block will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 427, petition for modification of sentence eligibility procedures, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute. There is a floor substitute and a second floor substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, with a recommendation that we reject the committee substitute, I move the substitute from the Committee of Courts of Justice.
With the recommendation that the substitute from the Committee for Courts of Justice be rejected, the question is, shall it be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The substitute from Committee for Courts of Justice is rejected. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I'd like to withdraw the first floor substitute.
The question is, no. Without objection, Senate Bill, the number 1, the floor substitute dated 2/12, is withdrawn without objection. Thank you.
And Madam President, I'd move to waive the reading of the second floor substitute.
The question is, shall the reading of the second floor substitute dated February 13th be waived? Those in favor of waiving the reading will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The reading of that substitute is waived. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I'd move that we agree to the second floor substitute, and I can speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, if you didn't like this bill, you know, the second floor substitute speaks to your heart. It reduces the number of offenses for which a second look is available. It gives veto power over the second look to a prosecutor and a victim. It makes numerous changes, all of which are designed to respect the rights of the prosecutor and the victim and reduce the number of people that are going to be able to apply for a second look. I hope you'll agree to it.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I'd move to engross the bill and advance it to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Madam President, my information was that Senator Serval would have already dispensed with the third reading.
That would be when we finish the whole section of second reads on this contested calendar. Thank you, sir.
Senate Bill 18, Virginia Public Procurement Act, Construction Management and Design Bill Contracting Applicability, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that, with recommendation that it be rejected, I move that the substitute from General Laws and Technology be agreed to.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from General Laws and Technology be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
Substitute is rejected. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations now be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Locke.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that Senate Bill 18 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 283, School Meals Availability at No Cost to Students, reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Western Prince William, Senator Rome.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the committee amendment.
Question is, substitute?
The committee substitute. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those.
I said aye.
Substitute is agreed to. Senator Rowe.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I now move engrossment of the bill and passage to its third reading.
The question is, shall the substitute be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 340, Virginia Freedom of Information Act, exclusions from mandatory disclosure, purchase card statement. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Senator Salim, the senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, I ask that Senate Bill 340 be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 373, Paid Family and Medical Leave Insurance Program, Notice Requirements, Civil Action. Reported from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we agree to the committee substitute.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Boysko.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 570, 435. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with amendments and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Sudeline, the senator from Roanoke.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adopt the committee amendments to Senate Bill 435.
The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator Sudeline.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate engross and advance Senate Bill 435 to its third constitutional reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 570, Virginia Human Rights Act, definition of person and employer. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben.
A floor amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I move the floor amendment. First, I move the committee substitute, that we agree to that.
The question is, shall the substitute from General Laws and Technology be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Eben.
Now I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator Eben.
I move the passage of the floor amendment. Speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
This is a technical correction. One of the pieces of the bill has to do with bringing consistency to the number of employees that are covered, and this just corrects it to more than 5 employees rather than 5 or more.
The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator Eben.
Move the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 713, Public Service Companies, pole attachments to accommodate cable television systems, etc. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation that it be rejected, I move the committee substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
With a recommendation that the substitute from Commerce and Labor be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is rejected. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the a substitute from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute from Finance and Appropriations be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I now move that the bill be engrossed and passed to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 729, Virginia Climate Innovation Authority created report. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance and Appropriations.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, a senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the substitute from the Committee on Commerce and Labor.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Chair now recognizes Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move that all the bills now on third reading on the regular calendar, pages 22 through 26. Senate Bills 427 through Senate Bill 729, that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Senate Bill 427, I'm sorry.
Senate Bill 427, I move the passage of the bill, and I'd like to speak to that.
The senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 427 is a second look bill. It's dramatically different from the way it was when it was introduced. It sets up a three-tiered process through which one can file a petition for a second look for certain offenses after they've served 15 years, for other offenses after they've served 20 years, and other offenses after they've served 25 years. They can file two petitions in total, three years apart. The amendments we made on the floor of the Senate excluded certain offenses from this, including capital murder and aggravated murder. The additional changes we made here gave the Commonwealth's attorney, once he's given notice of this petition, the absolute ability to veto the petition from going forward, and given the victim the absolute right to veto. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is about saving money. You know, one of the biggest things we've done to add cost to the bottom line for the Commonwealth of Virginia over the last 30 years is to abolish parole. We add $1 to $2 billion of expense every year to the cost of government. And the older these people get in jail, in prison, the more expensive they get to keep, the more health problems they have. This is about reducing our bottom line. It's also about providing an incentive to these people that have long terms in prison, an incentive for them to follow the rules, to be rehabilitated, and to do the best they can to get out. And it's also about providing hope. There's a second group of victims that we don't always talk about. The people that go away, sometimes deservedly so, most of the time deservedly so. They go away, they leave wives, they leave husbands, they leave mothers and fathers, they leave children, boyfriends, girlfriends, they leave a second set of victims. This is about restoring hope to that second set of victims. This is a much different piece of legislation that was the one that was introduced. It's much different from the one that passed the committee. but it's a second look bill, and I ask that you give it a look. I reiterate my call that the bill pass.
Chair recognizes Senator McGuire, the senator from Goochland.
Madam Speaker, a question for the patron.
Will the senator
Madam
from
President.
Charlottesville rise and yield for a question?
I yield.
Senator Deeds yields. Senator McGuire has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I understand there are changes to the bill from what was in committee. Would this bill in its current state allow rapists to get back on the street?
Senator Deeds has the floor.
If the rapist has a minimum, I would say, Madam President, I would say to the gentleman, if a rapist has a minimum mandatory period of incarceration, he would have to serve that first. And he would have to get the consent of the Commonwealth's attorney and the victim before the petition could go forward to the circuit court. And even then, the circuit court judge has discretion about whether this petition would be granted. So the bill gives veto authority to the Commonwealth's attorney, the prosecutor, and to the victim, and to the circuit court judge.
Madam
Senator
President,
McGuire.
Madam President, follow-up question.
Well, the senator.
I yield.
Senator Deeds yields. Senator McGuire has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So the current version of the bill will still allow you to have a second look every 3 years. Is that correct?
Senator Deeds has the floor.
Madam President, I would say that at the end of there are 15, 20, and 25-year possibilities. If you've served for certain offenses after you've served 15 years, for certain other offenses after you've served 20 years, for certain other offenses if you've served 25 years, you can petition twice. And those two petitions have to be 3 years apart. So if you're turned down the first time, 3 years later you can file another petition. If you're turned down then that's all she wrote.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor. The senator from Goochland.
So if the government should do anything, we should keep our people safe. And we always talk about the criminals, but we need to also talk about the victims. They need closure. I would call this, instead of a second look, I'd call it a infinity bill, because every 3 years we keep looking at this, getting this criminal out of jail. And what about the woman or whoever was raped has to relive what they went through? And so I think they need closure. I think that if you don't want to do the time, don't do the crime. So for that reason and more, I'm going to vote no on this bill.
Chair recognizes Senator Jordan, the senator from Isle of Wight.
Thank you, Madam President. Rising to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Today I'm going to read the statement of a victim who will be directly impacted by our vote today. These are the words of terror that she endured. My name is Kristen. I was an 18-year-old freshman in college when my friend and I were carjacked by two young men at gunpoint on the evening of January 18th, 1992, and into the afternoon of January 19th, 1992. The terror that would ensue was unfathomable. We were repeatedly and brutally raped and sodomized, following with relentless beatings. They urinated on us and savagely used objects to penetrate us. Their vicious actions continued, and we were forced to dig our own graves with our own hands for nearly 24 hours. One of us was impregnated. By God's grace, we both lived and can retell the horror of that night again. I want to impart with you that closure is not overrated. Victims like me have no second look, no resentencing, and with this bill, no justice, and the jury of our peers is wiped away. I'm a Virginia resident, but my assailants also committed their crimes in Washington, D.C., and transported me across state lines to Maryland. The D.C. Council has already passed second look, the bill you're now considering. The Maryland legislature also passed second look. Now, 30 years after the nightmare I have desperately tried to put behind me, the men who abducted and raped me get to drag me back into court in 2 states to face them yet again. I've already been forced to go through one second look resentencing in D.C. Hear my experience. I can personally tell you that second look is a cold and heartless thing to put a victim through. The prosecutor who tried my case is retired. The judge who heard the evidence is retired. Nobody is left who understands what I went through, meaning that I'm forced to re-explain horrific details over and over again. In the last second look hearing, I was forced to confront my perpetrator with no support whatsoever. This bill is dehumanizing and cruel to survivors. I fear for the community that they would be released into. Hear my words and think of your friends, neighbors, and children. And for point of reference, this gentleman would be eligible immediately. Colleagues, I would submit to this body, my side of the aisle truly does believe in second chances. And if we did not include violent rapists, pedophiles, murderers, maybe we could come together and talk about second chances for those that deserve those honest opportunities. The question does really ring: who does justice serve? When actions are so extreme and depraved, how do we prioritize those violent offenders over deceased victims and survivors that will live with unforgettable scars? For those that vote for this bill today, you are agreeing to allow those that commit the following crimes the opportunity to be set free: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, rape, even if the victim is a minor, forcible sodomy, object sexual penetration, aggravated sexual battery, burning down a house of worship, human trafficking, possession, manufacturing, and distribution of weapons of terrorism, producing, filming, and distribution of child pornography, and more. Victims have no second look, no resentencing, and with this bill, no justice or jury of our peers to wipe it away. When we have victims that are living that have to retestify and relive their rapes and brutal assaults, I hope they remember who stood with them. We get to stand up for people like Kristen today. I'm prayerful that this body will stand with her and other victims with their vote and their voice too.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I appreciate the concern that some here show for victims. But I just want to make clear what we're debating. We just adopted a floor sub that gives the victims a veto over the hearing. So if the victim doesn't want a hearing, there won't be a hearing. So what we just heard, by the way, also, it's my understanding, was somebody who committed a crime in another state, was sentenced in another state. It wasn't even a Virginia case. So again, not clear to me what we just heard has to do with the bill that's actually in front of you right now, because victims have a veto. Cases come up every 3 years for parole. The victims are reached out to. If they're not on a mandatory minimum, if they're parole eligible, the parole board looks at it every 3 years, and the victim has to have input into that. Cases have habeas corpus proceedings. Cases go up on appeals. Sentencing hearings are often not the final say in a case. This bill, as it's now been amended, takes the views of victims into account by giving them a veto over the resentencing hearing. I wish we would focus on the bill that's before us instead of the bill that people want to argue about, because that's not the bill that's here today.
Chair recognizes Senator Sturdivant, the senator from Colonial Heights.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, speaking to the floor substitute that is before us, and I think was directly on all fours with what the senator from Isle of Wight discussed. We're creating some significant unintended consequences here where we are putting the victim in a position where he or she is going to be the subject of being lobbied by the friends and family of whomever is incarcerated every 3 years or more often, with letters of pleas to agree to the hearing and to allow this family member to be let out. I understand that the floor substitute in that regard was meant to try to make this bill better, but it doesn't. In fact, it puts these victims in a much worse situation where they're going to be the subjects of being lobbied on this issue. And then to one of the points that was made about the victims having a veto, what about the victims that are no longer alive, that were the victims of these crimes where their lives were taken? They still are not going to have a voice even under this floor substitute. And for that reason, I'd urge the body to vote no.
Chair recognizes Senator Obenshain, the senator from Rockingham.
Madam President, speaking of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I recognize that this bill has traveled a long way, but I also recognize that it has a long way to travel. and that some of the changes that have been made may be unmade, I do think that it is appropriate that we spend a little bit of time speaking of the victims. In committee, we heard some of the most compelling witness testimony I think I've ever heard in the 21 years I've been here. Although it was compressed into 3 minutes for victims of unspeakable crimes to share their personal tragedies with members who were cogitating over the fate of this bill. We did hear stories about re-victimization of these victims, and that significance of that is not to be understated. I do believe in closure, and I do believe that it is important for victims of crime in Virginia to be able to have that closure. I wish that each of those victims had had an opportunity to fully share the impact that these brutal crimes had had upon their lives. And I do want to point out that some of those victims who testified and appeared in committee are here today in the gallery. Michael Gray, who provided compelling testimony about the murder of his son in 2019. And other witnesses of brutal crimes are here. And the bill, as it was originally drafted, Mr. Gray, God bless you and God bless your family. As originally drafted, was going to allow murderers that opportunity to put their victims and the families of their victims through the trauma that they went through years before. We've had minutes to look at this substitute, and I'm afraid that I've got more questions than answers. Senator from Colonial Heights asked about victims who are dead. What about victims, multiple victims? What about those deceased victims who have multiple family members of different minds? What about children who are victims? Are they going to be consulted? What about the parents of children who were victims? I don't know that we have the answers to those questions. I do appreciate the changes. I would submit that this makes it a less bad bill, but simply providing this avenue invites further changes. It invites opening this avenue further. We have done a good job in Virginia of making Virginia a safer place over the past 20 years. Violent crime had been down. We had done many of the things necessary to keep our community safe, our families safe. We are undoing those things. We owe more to our neighbors, our friends, our communities. And yes, I do understand that those who go to prison, they may find redemption. And I hope that they do. I believe in grace. I'm a Christian. I believe that people can be redeemed. I also understand that their victims do include family members, but they are victims not of us, not of our criminal justice system. They are victims of the people who commit these crimes. And when you turn this around and look at us corporately and our system as somehow victimizing these families, we're looking in the wrong direction. And this bill is taking us in the wrong direction. I really hope that we will not pass this bill. I hope that we will find better ways to direct our attention And I hope that we will find better ways to respect victims of crimes like Mr. Gray and those who provided that gut-wrenching testimony in the Courts of Justice Committee. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from Northern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking in support of the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would note for the body that the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance supports the second look legislation that we have in front of us. There are also a number of people who have been victims of violent crime who have testified in favor of this legislation. While some of the stories that we heard today are horrifying, and perhaps the people who victimize them would not be suitable for release, there are lots of people who are. Over the past several years, I have had the opportunity to grow. It was never really something that I thought about, people who were in prison. They were just those people in those, places that were locked up. But I carried the Earned Sentence Credit Bill in 2020 during our special session. During that time, I got to know a lot of people who had been activists, who were inside prisons, who were advocating for these individuals. And after we passed the bill, I continued that conversation with them and got to know them even better. In fact, I've been to, I think, 5 Department of Corrections facilities, some of them by myself, where I sit down with a group of individuals who are behind bars, and I let them talk to me and tell me their personal stories. And you know what? It's changed me. It's really changed me. What I've heard were there are lots of people who, as teenagers, were in the wrong place at the wrong time, and their friends did something and took a plea agreement and turned all of the blame on them. And they just happened to be in the room at the wrong time, and they have been behind bars for decades with no hope. I also have gotten to know some people who were teenagers and they did some bad stuff. But 25 years later, they have learned, they have addressed in their hearts and acknowledged the responsibility that they carried, which will weigh with them for the rest of their lives. But they truly want to make the world a better place and redeem themselves. One of those people, I had the good fortune, after he was given a pardon by the former governor, the 2 days before the end of his term, and I got to pick him up and spend a lot of time with him. His name is Sincere, and he's been here before. There's another one whose name is Angel, and he was just here a couple of weeks ago with a group of students. These men spent decades behind bars, but they have redeemed themselves fully, and they are making a difference in their communities and in our lives in a positive way. Sincere worked as a mentor and a therapeutic aid to men with substance abuses and mental health issues. Since his release, he's been a guest at my home overnight for the weekend. I think of him as my family member. He has worked diligently to advocate for those who remain incarcerated. As I said, he's spoken here in the Senate to advocate for second look legislation. He's lobbied for federal prison reform legislation. He's participated in a day of empathy for programs at the University of Richmond Law School and participated in several webinars to help educate people. And he has spent his time volunteering and mentoring others, and he continues to be dedicated to using the rest of his life in service to humanity to make the world better. There may be plenty of people that you've talked about today who may not deserve, may not have done the work to get a second look. And you've heard from the patron and from the senator from Eastern Fairfax County that Commonwealth's attorneys, judges, and victims have the right to say no. In other states around the country, Republican administrations, Republican leaders are making this same decision. that perhaps locking people up for their entire lives is not in the best interest of our communities, and we can do better. And I urge the body to vote yes on this important bill.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the measure.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I think this shows where sometimes we agree on issues and sometimes we don't agree on issues, and this is, I think, one of those times. There are points where we could agree. I think many on my side of the aisle would agree if somebody had a sentence for a drug possession that met these parameters, that they should receive a second look, that is something that is not considered a violent felony offense and one that would be reasonable to re-look at and see if that sentence was correct. But Madam President, make no mistake, the individuals and the crimes that they've been charged with that we're talking about: first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, abduction, rape, abject sexual penetration. These are offenses that are violent, that we've made a decision are violent. And Madam President, as we look back at the status of our criminal justice system, I think many of us, regardless of which side of the aisle you sit, have felt that significant incarceration should be for violent offenses, ones where the community needs to be protected. And that's why you see the majority of the individuals on this list are for violent offenses. Madam President, I think that's where sometimes we have a different view. In 1995, we moved from a system of parole to one that was one of truth in sentencing, and you were to serve 85% of your sentence. I know other attorneys in this room probably remember a time where sentences were ones that were very lengthy, but you only served a small portion. A 30-year sentence would result in about 5 years worth of service. That system was one, there was agreement that didn't really work. So we went to a system where a judge or a jury, when they gave a sentence, that judge or those juries would know that the sentence was going to be for that amount of time. There was the ability for somebody to receive good time credit, approximately 15%. So if you went to prison, even for a violent offense, and you took advantage of programs, and you were of good behavior in the prison, you could reduce your sentence by 15%. So for every 10 years, that would be a year and a half. So, Madam President, as we look at this, sometimes there are offenses that are so bad and so challenging that the community also needs to be protected. These are offenses that are violent. And again, Madam President, if we were talking about those offenses that were nonviolent, drug possession, larceny, you would find universal agreement in this body. But when we're talking about people that committed rape and were sentenced to over 25 years, we have a different view. So, Madam President, I hope that individuals will cast no votes on this bill, and if they don't, and it moves through the process, that there will be the consideration that we can agree on some things, but those should not be violent felony offenses that put the public in danger.
Chair again recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, if no one else wishes to speak.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I would say that we heard victims, and we heard a lot, and that's why this bill has changed dramatically from the time it was introduced. I understand that the substitute's only been on people's desks for a little bit more than 2 hours, but I'd ask you to look at lines 74 through about 89 through about 91. The way this process works is the statement was made that it can happen every 3 years. That's just incorrect. It can happen twice. They have to be 3 years apart. The way the process works is a petition is filed with the court. If the court decides that it's not worthy of merit, it doesn't go forward. If the court thinks it's worth a hearing, he sends it to the Commonwealth Attorney. If the Commonwealth Attorney decides that it's not worthy of consideration, it stops. The Commonwealth Attorney doesn't have to respond unless the court orders him to. If the Commonwealth Attorney thinks it's worth going forward, he has to notify the victim. If the victim thinks that it's not worth going forward, and somebody that was convicted in another state, that doesn't apply here. This is for people that are convicted in Virginia. The law, this bill is closer to what's the law in that Democratic bastion of Texas. This is what they do in Texas. So if the victim says no, the process ends. There's only a hearing if the victim says yes, and if the victim doesn't respond, the process ends. The process ends. I would tell you that this bill is supported by the Virginia Sexual and Domestic Violence Action Alliance. It's supported by a number of police groups, in large part because this bill has been amended so many times and made so it's respectful of the rights of prosecutors, the police, and victims. It's about saving money and it's about second chances, and I ask you to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes. Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we've been at it a while, and I would move that we take a 10-minute recess so folks can stretch their legs.
Without objection, Senate stands at recess for 10 minutes. The senators will take their seats. Madam Clerk.
Senate Bill 18. Senate Bill 18, Virginia Public Procurement Act, Construction Management and Design Bill, Contracting Applicability.
Chair recognizes Senator Locke, the senator from Hampton.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 18 pass, and speaking to that.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you. Senate Bill 18 states that the design bid build as defined in the bill utilizing competitive sealed bidding is the preferred method of procurement for construction services in the Commonwealth. The bill also requires all documents related to the proposed use of construction management or design build by state public bodies and institutions of higher education and any available subcontractor opportunities be posted on EVA, and also that the Department of General Services, with the assistance of staff of the House Committee on Appropriations and the Senate Committee on Finance and Appropriations, will be implemented and administration of the provisions of this bill as amended by this act, and will report the findings and recommendations to the General Assembly by November 1st, 2029. And again, I move that Senate Bill 18 pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 283.
Chair recognizes Senator Roan, the senator from Western Prince William.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, I move passage of the bill and like to speak to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the substitute version of SB 283 does a couple of key things. So number one, in lines 23 and 24, it strikes the words that a minimum identified student percentage of 40% in the prior school year, and it also strikes the word consequently. That's because CP qualification standards has changed at the federal level to now 25%, and so we just struck unnecessary language with that regard. And then the next part here from lines 37 to 46, an enactment clause that will basically say that the superintendent of public construction is going to form a stakeholder work group here to number one, study the estimated impact of offering free school meals to students statewide. Remnant 2, identify options to reduce or eliminate student and school meal debt. And Remnant 3, make recommendations regarding options to leverage other programs funded at the state and federal levels for school meals. I'd also like to thank the chair of finance here for working with me and having the staff of finance work with me on legislation as we have an accompanying budget amendment that will be unveiled this weekend. And so with that, Madam President, I renew my motion to pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 340.
Chair recognizes Senator Salim, senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, I ask that Senate Bill 340 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, Senate Bill 340 clarifies that the name of public employees, officer, or officials as it appears on the purchase card statement or other payment records and description of the individual purchaser are not exempt from FOIA disclosure. This bill prohibits the redaction of public employees' name from a purchase card, credit or debit card statement detailing that employee's purchase. In the past, this bill did pass the body 39-0, and I ask that we pass this bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 373.
Chair recognizes Senator Boysko, the senator from North Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move we pass the bill and speaking to it.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. This bill, SB 373, would recreate a family medical leave insurance trust fund that would be built with small per employee contributions from employers and employees in most cases to provide up to 12 weeks of leave for providing care for having a new baby, caring for a loved one or oneself with a serious illness, or to care for a service member either leaving or returning from service. The amount of benefits is about 80% of the employee's average wage. It's capped at 80% of the state's average weekly wage. And for employees who make about $50,000 a year, that is $4.57 per week per employee or employer. It does have carve-outs for the Commonwealth of Virginia employees because the Commonwealth already provides a generous benefit, and they will not be included in this bill. Secondly, it has been refined to include support for small businesses by eliminating the employer's required contribution for shares if they have 10 or fewer employees. Additionally, businesses of any size may apply for an exemption if they establish that they already are serving their employees with equal or greater benefits to the fund, so they could be grandfathered in. Virginians of all ages and all financial resources deserve to care for their loved ones and themselves when they are having a qualifying event with serious illness, bringing a new child into the home, saying goodbye to a loved one who is reaching the end of their lives. And I ask that we pass the bill.
Chair recognizes Senator McDougall, the senator from Hanover.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, would the senator yield for a question?
Will Senator Boysko yield for a question?
Madam President, I yield.
The senator from Northern Fairfax yields. Senator McDougall has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I apologize for not getting to the senator earlier. This was a bill that we debated yesterday, and some questions have been coming in to me this morning, and so I hope that the senator can help me. It's my understanding under FMLA that only covers employees that have worked for the employer for at least 1,250 hours over the last 12 months. Is that same restriction in this bill for employees and employers?
Madam President,
Senator Boysko has the floor.
I would say that we do have time eligible limits as well. My understanding is that we do expect them to follow the same benefit. Thank you for beginning. Okay, this would allow them to have benefits payable to any individual who has a qualifying claim. Thank you.
Senator McDougall.
Madam President, would the senator yield for an additional question?
Will Senator Boysko yield for an additional question?
Madam President, I yield.
Senator yields. Senator McDougall has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, my understanding is that FMLA also says is limited to employers with at least, in situations where there are at least 50 employees within 75 miles of a site, so that small employers would not be harmed if their employees were not available. Are those same restrictions in this bill as well?
Madam President,
Senator Boysko has.
Madam President, I would say no. Actually, this bill would be open to all people who work in Virginia, including mom and pop shops. If there are 10 or fewer employees in their shop, the employer does not have to pay their portion of it. Secondly, I have heard from a number of small businesses, some people who actually work here in the lobbying community, who have small mom and pop shops who have been asking for this. They are not able able to because they don't have the ability to afford such a benefit for their employees. This is something that every one of us is going to deal with, whether we're bringing a child into the world, whether we are sick with a very serious illness, whether we are helping an elderly family member say goodbye at the end of their lives. The difference is that very large corporations have the ability to cover and give their employees this benefit. The smaller mom and pop shops can't do that, and they have been asking for years to be able to provide this sort of a benefit to their employees. This is actually a job retention. It's good for our economy. I bet that the body does not know that we are the only nation in the industrialized world that does not provide a paid family leave benefit in our country. We have seen this work effectively in other states. It is self-funded. And again, it is small incremental payments that allow you and your employees to take up to 12 weeks off when you have a qualifying event. This is something that every person in Virginia can benefit from the janitor to the executive. And I am happy that we have this in front of us today.
Senator McDougall.
Madam President, would the senator yield for one final question?
Will Senator Boysko yield for another question?
Madam President, yes, of course I yield.
Senator Boysko yields. Senator McDougall has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, ask the senator under, I believe it's new code section 60.2806B that directs the collection of a tax in order to fund the system. It's my understanding that that tax is not directed by the legislation to be set or determined. It is left to an unelected commission to do that. I'd ask the senator, does she believe that that unelected commission can assess a tax, because there was legislation a number of years ago where an unelected body raised a tax and our Supreme Court determined it was not constitutional?
Senator Boysko has the floor.
Yes, Madam President, I appreciate the question. This is not a tax, it is an insurance payment. This is an insurance program similarly to our unemployment insurance. And the body might be interested to understand that while we're talking about insurance, you know, your average car insurance, according to bankrate.com, is $1,439 a year for full coverage. Healthcare.gov calculates the cost in Virginia between $188.02 to $881 for an annual a monthly cost for your health insurance. Paid family and medical leave, which is an insurance program, it is not a tax, would be 0.5% of an employee's salary. That's less than $5 a paycheck if you make $50,000. The fund would be, we've had an actuarial fund already to do this, and it's been studied by the Cooper Weldon Foundation. The reason that we don't have a static number that it could be flexible is because the fund could go up. It could be that we're not seeing as many people asking for the time off and needing to use the insurance, and in that case we could lower the insurance premium a little bit, or we might see more people asking for the benefit and qualifying, and then that might raise it a tiny bit. But it's an insurance program. This is not a tax. And I thank my colleague for the question on clarification.
Madam President, speaking to the bill.
Senator McDougall.
Madam President, this is one of the bills I think we've been working pretty aggressively over the last couple days, and this was a substitute that came down in Finance Committee yesterday, and so it's here before you on the floor, and the members can see by my questions that there are some concerns. There are concerns about the levy of the tax, how much that will be, the impact that that would have on a small business, how a small business, if it's one or two people in the business and you have to pay the tax and not have the employee present during that time, can that small business still survive if a key employee is gone and you can't hire another one because they can come back? And Madam President, so there are those questions. again, how this lines up with FMLA and if they're the same requirements, because FMLA does have some restrictions in place if you have small numbers of employees that work in a particular region of the business. So, Madam President, I realize that the Senator has worked on this very diligently, and this has been an idea that she has passionately put forward for a long period of time. But I do think that there is a substantial negative impact to small businesses in Virginia, and that gives me great concern.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 435.
Chair recognizes Senator Suderline, the senator from Roanoke.
Madam President, I move that Senate Bill 435 pass the Senate. Speaking briefly to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. A few years ago, the General Assembly established 3-year growth assessments, additional tests in the middle of the year to see what progress students in Virginia schools were making. That's an admirable goal, has not worked out quite as some have hoped. This legislation has an opportunity for local school divisions over next school year and the school year after that to use alternative mid-year growth assessments that would have to be approved here at the Department of Education. I hope it will be the pleasure of the Senate to pass this and give some more flexibility to our local school divisions while we in the General Assembly hopefully make larger assessment reforms between now and then. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 5.
Ayes 34, noes 5. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 570.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 570 closes a loophole and clarifies our intent from when we passed the Virginia Values Act with strong bipartisan support in 2020. What the bill does is it removes or it aligns an inconsistent employer threshold. For example, well, Virginia's been an outlier among states in having such complicated protections against employer discrimination. For example, someone working for an employer that has between 5 and 15 employees is protected under the law if they're harassed and then fired, but not if they're demoted because of refusing an unwanted sexual advance. The bill would fix that issue, lowering from 15 to 6 the employee threshold, which is in alignment with most of the other states that have anti-discrimination laws, including Texas, Maryland, Illinois, South Dakota, North Dakota, and others. Further, it makes it clear that we intended to protect government employees along with private sector employees when we passed the bill, as was spoken of. It just makes that explicit. With that, I renew my motion the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 713.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Virginia has been a leader in broadband expansion. We've put almost $1 billion of state money into this, and now we have some federal money coming down the road that we have to spend by 2026 or they start clawing it back. And we have two kinds of folks involved here in this bill. One are the internet service providers who string the wire that makes this happen for people in difficult-to-reach places in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And we also have the electric cooperatives who own the poles by which these things will be attached. Now, there's a lot of work to do to make these poles ready for the attachments, and we had to work out some issues around safety with looping, certain wires around other wires. It's called overlapping, and we solved that issue. We had some issues about regulation, so we took the federal regs and we put them into state code, and with that, the SEC will now deal with any disputes that come up around timelines that have been agreed to, around any costs on poles or disagreements that they have between the folks who are doing the attaching and the folks who own the poles. And people have worked very, very hard on this. I really appreciate the work that the co-ops have put into this, the internet service providers, and Senator from Northern Fairfax, who is chairman of the Broadband Advisory Board, who lent some help into getting everyone into agreement. So we have a Peace in the Valley bill here to get this moving forward. And with that, Madam President, I would renew my option that the bill pass.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Bill passes.
Senate Bill 729.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass and speak to that motion.
The senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. So, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, what this bill does is it creates the Virginia Clean Energy Innovation Bank. And the reason we need to do that is that the federal government, under the IRA, has made billions of dollars available for investment in clean energy projects around the country. The Department of Energy is running a $350 billion loan program. But in order to qualify for the federal loans, a governmental entity has to put at least 3%, advance at least 3% of the loan proceeds for the project. So in other words, if the state of Virginia lends $3 million to a project, the Department of Energy will lend $97 million towards that same project. Other states are way ahead of us on this. The state of Minnesota has one of these, and they put $40 million in. Localities are also allowed to match, but a lot of states are doing it, and we need to catch up so we make sure that our state gets our fair share of these loans. The bill defines what a qualified project is. It's a project that has to reduce emissions. It's a project that has to replace existing fossil fuel technology, support the deployment of electric vehicles, reduce water use, improve the Chesapeake Bay, incentivize customers to shift to demand in response to the changes of price of electricity without jeopardizing system reliability. It also projects have to be prioritized if they benefit from certain federal tax credits. So what this does is it really incentivizes both the private sector and the public sector, because the authority can make these loans to localities at super low interest rates, or to get the Department of Energy loans at super low interest rates for us to take advantage of it. Madam President, I've also been working with the administration on this bill. I'll say they've provided me some very helpful input. They're very excited about the possibility of being able to use this authority, and we need to get this done so that we don't lose our share of these federal benefits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 9.
Ayes 29, noes 9. Bill passes.
Regular calendar, Senate joint resolutions on third reading. Senate Joint Resolution 22, requesting the Department of Taxation to study tax policy solutions for reducing economic stress on retired Virginia State Police.
Chair recognizes Senator Carol Foy, senator from Eastern Prince William.
Madam President, I ask that...
You want to agree?
I want to agree.
Yes, ma'am. The
Thank
senator
you.
may continue.
Speaking to the measure.
Yes.
Yes, Madam President. So this would allow for there to be a study on ways to compensate our Virginia State Troopers. We know that we are having an issue attracting and retaining top talented Virginia State Troopers, and we want to do all we can. One of the proposals is subsidizing their health care. Another proposal is that we not tax Virginia State Trooper retirement pay after 20 years of service. So the study group is a great way for us to get some evidence-based solutions to make being a Virginia State Trooper more attractive, and we can also continue to pay them and keep them and feed them and do all the things while they protect us and our families.
The question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 22 be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 22 is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 47, Investor-Owned Electric Utilities, SCC, to study performance-based regulatory tools.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to agree to the resolution and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, this resolution is a direction to the State Corporation Commission to assemble a 2-year study to look at changing how we regulate energy in our Commonwealth to use what's called performance-based regulation. What performance-based regulation is a way of regulating utilities very differently than what we do today. Basically, today, we ask the utilities to sort of figure out what they need to build. The SEC looks at whether that's reasonable or prudent, tells them they can build it, and basically they make more money by building more stuff. What performance-based regulation is instead of regulating them by building things, we give them a set of targets and objectives to reach. For example, like providing higher quality service, cheaper rates, having better reliability rates, things like that, and rewarding the utility for example, energy efficiency, a lot of different things, instead of just based on what they build. This has been enacted, pieces of performance-based regulation, or PBR, has been done in about 30 states. We've actually passed several bills this session which incorporate elements of this. What we really need to do is take a look at whether or not we ought to convert to this system in general, like most other states are starting to do, to catch up, so that we don't have a system where incumbent monopolies basically make their money solely by building stuff. I know that if there's anybody opposed to this bill, I don't know who they are because nobody testified in committee that they have a problem with it. Nobody argued against it, and so I hope this bill will pass with a healthy bipartisan margin. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is, shall the Senate Joint Resolution be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The Senate Joint Resolution is agreed to.
Supplemental calendar for Tuesday, February 13th. Uncontested calendar. Senate bills on first reading.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorovell, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President,
yes.
I move that all the Senate bills on first reading on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 1 through 6, Senate bills 63 through 580, that the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the first constitutional reading of the titles of Senate bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 1 through 6, Senate Bill 63 through 580, be dispensed with? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator Sorovell. Wait. Yes, Senator Sorovell.
Madam President, I now move that all the Senate bills now on second reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 1 through 3, Senate bills 63 through 695, be advanced to their engrossment and third reading in the block. After the adoption of any amendments thereto, any senator desiring to move a bill from the block shall do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 1 through 3, Senate Bill 63 through 695, be engrossed in advance to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 63, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville. Chair recognizes Senator McDougal, the senator from Hanover.
Madam President, I was having flashbacks of Senator Saslaw in front of me there. Madam President, with that, I would move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 102, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. Senate Bill 471, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. Senate Bill 566, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Eads, the senator from Charlottesville.
I'm sorry, Madam President. Madam President, I move that the substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 598, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice. Senate Bill 695, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Okay, Madam President, 695, we're going to do something a little different. With the recommendation that the substitute reported from the Committee for Courts be rejected, I move that we accept the substitute.
I don't have a substitute from Committee of Courts.
Well, then we don't need to reject it.
Yeah, we do? Yeah. Where is it?
It's on the list.
Committee on Rules to Committee for Courts.
No, the substitute from the committee.
Okay.
With the recommendation that the substitute from the committee be rejected, I move the substitute.
With an explanation?
The Senate Majority Leader explained that he did not like our substitute from the committee that much, which matched something coming from the other body, and we're going to go with the original, which will put us in a good negotiating context when we get into conference committee. And the bill is keeping a registry of surveillance technologies that are going on throughout our localities by various police authorities and local governments, tracking with AI and all of our surveillance technologies. This bill is to account for what is going on in our localities.
The question is, shall the substitute, with the recommendation that the substitute from Courts of Justice be rejected, shall it be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Substitute is rejected.
Madam President, I then now move that the bill be engrossed and advanced.
We're in the block, so we are good.
We're in the block.
It's
They
uncontested.
can remove it in the.
The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed and advanced to their third reading? In the block. All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed and advanced to their third reading. Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that all the Senate bills now on third reading on the uncontested calendar, pages 1 through 3, Senate Bill 63 through 695, that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move that all the Senate bills now on third reading uncontested calendars on pages 1 through 3, Senate bills 63 to 695, be placed upon their final passage in the block. Any senator desiring to remove bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill.
The question is, shall the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, third reading supplemental calendar number 1, pages 1 through 3, Senate Bill 63 through 695, be placed upon their final passage in the block with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill to be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 63, Senate Bill 102, Senate Bill 471, Senate Bill 566, Senate Bill 598, Senate Bill 695.
Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? All in favor of passage of the bills will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The bills in the block pass.
Regular calendar. Senate bills on first reading, which are now on the second reading. That was quick. Senate Bill 69, a bill relating to minimum qualifications for positions of Chief of Police, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to engross and advance the bill to the third read.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 101, marriage lawful regardless of sex, gender, or race of parties, issuance of marriage license, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 144. Nolle prosequi or dismissal without prejudice prior to preliminary hearing, subsequent indictment.
Chair recognizes the
There's
senator.
a substitute from courts.
Chair recognizes Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to adopt the committee substitute.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Carol Foy.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to engross and advance this bill to its third constitutional reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed to its third reading.
Senate Bill 334, plea agreements prohibited provisions, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Chair recognizes the senator from Central Fairfax County, Senator Salim.
Madam President, I ask that the committee substitute be agreed to.
The question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Salim.
Madam President, I ask that Senate Bill 334 be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
The question is, shall the bill now be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 502, Juvenile and Domestic Relations District Court, parents filing petition for protective order against minor. Reported from the Committee on Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Chair recognizes Senator Sorreville, the senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee substitute.
I think you're rejecting one of them.
Are there two?
The transportation.
I don't.
Where did it go?
No, that's the next bill.
It's here.
That's the next bill, Madam President.
Oh, donkey.
Madam President, that's the next bill. On 502, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
Question is, shall the substitute be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is agreed to. Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 503, license plate reader systems used by law enforcement agencies, civil penalty. Reported for the Committee on Transportation with a substitute. And from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute.
Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. With the recommendation to be rejected, I move the Committee on Transportation substitute.
With the recommendation that the substitute from transportation be rejected, the question is, shall it be accepted? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Substitute is rejected. Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move the Committee on Courts of Justice substitute.
Question is, shall the committee substitute from Courts of Justice be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The substitute is accepted. Senator Surville.
Madam President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 505, limitation on sentence upon revocation of suspension of sentence technical violations. Reported for the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendments.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Subramaniam.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the committee amendments.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendments are agreed to. Senator Subramaniam.
Madam President, I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third constitutional reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 580, Environmental Quality Department of Judicial Review Authorization of Projects Hearing and Appeal. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with amendment.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move that the committee amendment be agreed to.
Question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? Those in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator Deeds.
Madam President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading?
Ah.
Thank you, sir. The bill is engrossed to its third reading. Chair recognizes Senator Surville, senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Madam President, I move that all of the Senate bills now on third reading on the regular calendar, pages 3 through 6, Senate Bills 69 through Senate Bill 580, that the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now on final passage.
Senator Surville.
Senator Saslaw.
Oh, no, I guess you just read the number.
Saslaw? No, we're just reading the bill.
You weren't in your seat.
Just say Senate Bill 69.
Senate Bill 69. Senate Bill.
Chair recognizes Senator McPike, the senior senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Move the bill pass and speaking to the motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 69 adds into our code the deferred action against childhood arrivals into the qualifications to become a police officer within the Commonwealth of Virginia. And the reason why this is necessary, Madam President, is a few things. First off, it's allowable by federal law. It's not in conflict. We received a letter from the Office of the ATF Enforcement Office outlining the specific conditions of which a DACA recipient can become a police officer. And so there's very specific areas where in conditions which a DACA recipient can become an officer and possess a firearm and ammunition, whether it be confiscating, owning, or all the rights and duties of an officer. The reason why this is important is because we have officer vacancies. We got 55 in Prince William. If you look at all across each locality, and we need folks that grew up and reflect our community. Madam President, this is why it's important. At a time we see the recruitment of officers even becoming more and more difficult, we've got to make sure that those who grew up in our communities and the young men and women who've come to me about this bill in specific instances grew up and always dreamed about being a police officer. Most were here since they were 2, 3, 4 years old. And America is the only place they know and love. I know you know what's right in your hearts about this bill. These are the kids that went to the school, same elementary school, middle school, and high schools that I went to, that are asking just for that opportunity to serve the community they love and grew up in. We've cleared the issues, the legality issues from the federal standpoint. Now it's up to you on doing the right thing, to give these kids a chance to serve, to take an oath, potentially put their lives on the line, just like many have already done so in our military. I don't know what could be more empowering is to see these young individuals advocate and say, you know, I want the shot I thought I had. I've had, since filing this bill, many more stories of kids coming up and say, you know what, I had the same dream, and I put myself through college. I worked my tail off to get a criminal justice degree and get out and only find out that the door is closed. They're pursuing the American dream since childhood, and this is an opportunity for you today to also give them the green light, Madam President. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Rome, the senator from Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking on the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. In committee, we had some questions that came up basically about precedent for this, whether it was going to run into any legal trouble or anything. And so I want to point to y'all the 2021 story here about the DACA recipient who became a police officer in Wilmington, Connecticut. His name is Jose Gutierrez. You can see a story about him from July 28th, 2021 on NBC News there. And what we were talking about in committee that I wanted to bring up to the floor here is, number one, we've got established precedent for this. So we are not having a legal problem. Number two, as the senior senator for Prince William stated, not only do we have officer vacancies, in this specific case, and the reason that the senior senator brought this bill for Prince William specifically needs Latino, Latinx, Hispanic officers badly right now, especially people who can focus on the 20109 zip code on the western end that I currently represent. And there's also a couple spots on the eastern end of the county that my two colleagues from Prince William also both represent, where we have a significant dearth of Spanish-speaking folks who are able to interact with the public. And keep in mind, in the second largest locality in Virginia, Madam President, where we have more than 400,000 people right now, and we have people from all around the world who call Prince William home. When you've got that vacancy and you don't have someone showing up, number one, that's going to affect your response time. Number two, the issue that's going to happen is that you're not going to be able to have that person-to-person relationship building that you need in the first place, which can then lead to some victims of crime not wanting to come forward because they don't feel safe, they don't feel heard, or they fear that if I come forward to report something bad that happened to me, then my citizenship could be called into question. Something else could happen to my family, for example. That shouldn't be the case. All victims of crime need to be able to feel safe enough to come forward. And at the same time, you've got to have people who are working in law enforcement who have that direct relationship with the communities that they serve, person to person, where there's that level of trust that they can build, because not only do they come from the same community, but there's that mutual understanding there of, hey, we're all in this together. So with that, Madam President, this is a great bill for Prince William County, and I really think throughout Virginia, and I hope we pass it today. Thank you.
Question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 18.
Ayes 21, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 101.
Chair recognizes Senator Eben, the senator from Alexandria.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 101 establishes that marriage is lawful regardless of the sex, gender, or race of the two persons in Virginia. And further, it clarifies that religious organizations or members of the clergy have the right to refuse to perform any marriage. I renew my motion the bill pass.
Chair recognizes the senator from Northern Fairfax County. Senator Boyce, go.
Thank you, Madam President. This is a really important bill to
For
me.
what purpose does the senator rise?
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking in support of the bill.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. There are moms and dads, just like me and my husband, who have children who will be hopefully walking down the aisle soon. I'm really excited because my daughter and her partner just got engaged a few weeks ago. And while she's not going to be getting married in Virginia, she could. And just seeing that my colleague from Alexandria carrying this bill just warms my heart. It makes me feel positive for Virginia. It makes me know that my daughter will be welcome if she wants to be. I thank you.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 144.
Chair recognizes Senator Carol Foy, the senator from Eastern Prince William.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 144 would ensure that those charged with a felony have the right to a preliminary hearing. This is already codified here in Virginia. However, some prosecutors have exploited a loophole which has rendered this right meaningless on a technicality by dropping charges in district court and recharging individuals in circuit court. This undermines due process, People's Sixth Amendment confrontation, constitutional rights, along with a number of other issues. So I ask that we pass the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 334.
Chair recognizes Senator Salim, a senator from Central Fairfax County.
Madam President, I ask that Senate Bill 334 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, SB 334 prohibits plea agreements from containing any provision that appears or claims to waive, release, or extinguish a defendant's right under the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution and Article 1, Section 10 of the Constitution of Virginia, right to file a petition requesting expungement of a police records and the court's records, right to have criminal history record information and court's records sealed. The bill provides that any such prohibited provisions of the plea agreement is void and unenforceable as against public policy. I ask this body pass that bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 19.
Ayes 21, noes 19. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 502.
Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, a senator from Eastern Fairfax County.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this bill has to do with protective orders involving parents and children, minor children. Basically what the bill does is it prohibits a parent from filing for a protective order against a child who is living in, minor child, not adult child, minor child who is living in their home. In exchange for that, what it does is it opens up the CHINS process, which is the acronym for Child in Need of Services process in the juvenile court, where a parent Right now, they have to go to the intake officer and get the intake officer initiate a CHINS proceeding, which is a way a child can get services if they're having problems in their home. The bill basically says that if an intake officer refuses a CHINS petition, they have to tell the parent in writing why they denied it, and then the parent can then file the petition themselves, which right now a parent cannot do. This bill was recommended to me by some practitioners in Northern Virginia who do a lot more juvenile work than I do. I thought this is a much better way to deal with a disruptive child in your home, minor child in your home. And I agree that it's a much more sort of useful tool rather than the blunt tool for protective order, which doesn't have nearly as much flexibility in order to accomplish the same objective. And that's basically what the bill does. I would hope we could pass it.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? All the senators voted. Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 503.
Again, Senator Sorovell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to pass my 12th bill today.
Senator may continue.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't do it. I'm at the end of the alphabet. Everybody puts me at the end of their dockets. I'm sorry. Madam President, this bill has to do with license plate readers. And just so everybody has an understanding what the current state of the law is, right now there basically is no law. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, license plate reader technology is 100% completely unregulated. These devices are now in use by about 70 local police departments and sheriff's offices all over Virginia. And this bill actually creates a framework that provides a balance between protecting the privacy of citizens and giving law enforcement continued access to this tool. I don't know if any of y'all have ever taken a ride along with police, but I took one myself about a year ago with a state trooper in Northern Virginia. And the LPRs that were on the right-of-ways that currently exist were going off in his car constantly with cars that were reported as stolen going by. He actually told me that he led the division there in Northern Virginia for catching stolen vehicles because of the usefulness of LPRs. He actually had one he won an award for. What the bill does is it places a lot of regulation, some of the strictest regulation in America in place. All data that is collected by LPRs has to be deleted within 30 days. That's a shorter data retention period than exists in 48 states. It prohibits the sale of any data collected by LPRs to any third parties. If an officer accesses an LPR system in violation of the state law, they can be subject to a civil fine of $1,000, being decertified as a police officer and terminated. Right now, none of those three things exists at all. If anybody wants to play with an LPR to go look up their neighbor, their friend, somebody they're dating, no problem with that. It's not a violation of state law. There's some talk about doing a search warrant for this. Just want to remind everybody in the body that you do not need a search warrant to see something that's in plain view. License plates are obviously in plain view. They're on your car. You don't have to go to a court or a magistrate to get permission to look at something that you can see with your eyes outside, out in public. That's not how search warrants work. They're not necessary for this. This also makes clear that an LPR image alone does not constitute probable cause to do anything. You're not allowed to issue a search warrant or an arrest warrant based on anything that an LPR reports back. You have to have additional information to tie the license plate to a crime before you can do anything. This bill prevents people from engaged in lawful activities from being tracked, and it also has specific language that says it's not to be used to protect lawful speech. It also requires the Virginia State Police to promulgate a model policy so that our smaller departments will have something to work from to establish their own local policy instead of being able to just make it up from whole cloth like they have to do right now. Finally, the bill allows VDOT to put LPRs in their right-of-ways. Right now, what generated this whole thing is the Attorney General issued an opinion last year that said that VDOT can't put LPRs in their right-of-way without statutory authority. This allows that. But I will just note to everybody that LPRs are currently poked and looking at right-of-way all over the place because they're stuck on buildings and other places by localities. So this is already happening. So, Madam President, the bill puts important regulations and restrictions on this technology. I know there are still remaining concerns about it with folks. I appreciate that. this bill has been through probably about 15 iterations to get to where it is right now. It'll probably have some more when it comes back from the other side, but I hope we can continue the process and rein in this technology. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Ayer, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to thank the gentleman for his presentation of the bill and all the effort that has been made to date. But I rise today to speak to the bill because late into the evening last night in the Courts Committee, we pretty much forced the legislation before you all without critical guardrails, specifically adding a warning for accessing this data after 48 hours. If that were included in this bill, I would probably be casting my vote for it. But since it doesn't, I cannot sit quietly while we give the green light to unfettered expansion of mass surveillance here in the Commonwealth. As you've heard described by the patron, he says the legislation is about automatic license plate readers, that it currently exists now in our roadways without regulation. And I agree with that. We should do something, and we should not leave this unaddressed, but I think we disagree on how. We disagree on how because I believe when we talk about mass surveillance, we have an obligation to tread as carefully as possible. Using automatic license plate readers to record the movements of all vehicles goes far beyond the limited information that is revealed by an isolated capture of a license plate. It also goes far beyond what law enforcement says an ordinary person could observe in plain view while on a public road. Automatic license plate reader databases collect expansive and sensitive accounts of people's movements, regardless of whether they are suspected of criminal activity, in a manner that is not available through traditional surveillance. Madam President, aside from ceasing to drive altogether, it is difficult for an ordinary person to avoid the type of surveillance that we are talking about, a condition that is likely to become more pronounced as this technology expands. The fact of the matter is, less than 1% of people are connected to a crime or any wrongdoing, yet their movements will become part of this database. What we are preparing to do in our first attempt to regulate these tools is to do so with frail guardrails. The bill says officers must certify that they're using the system to approve their purpose in accessing the database. But data to date shows in states where this is already in use, law enforcement will use generic references instead of making their case as to why they're using this data. The bill says the data will be posted monthly and include instances of misuse. But Madam President, who is designated to review this data and have oversight over these logs? Madam President, I can go on, but I will not. In closing, I just want to make two very serious points about this legislation. In 2020, Chairman Torian and I worked together to establish what's known as the Community Policing Act. This requires data and reporting around bias-based reporting. And every year since that data has been made available, it has shown the same thing, that Virginia law enforcement officers remain more likely to pull over black and brown drivers than anyone else. Selective law enforcement, Madam President, is alive and active in our Commonwealth. And if that is not enough, just yesterday, a decision was handed down by a Richmond Federal District Court granting a defendant's motion to dismiss an indictment because of selected enforcement of law against black drivers. It concluded that in 2020, the Commonwealth of Virginia began to require police to keep track of the race of people stopped. This data was essential to this case. It shows a disgraceful disparity in enforcement of traffic laws, with black drivers getting the short end of the stick. But Madam President, if you don't really care about that, that doesn't move you, that's not a concern that we're adding mass surveillance on top of traditional policing, let me close by talking specifically about Flock. That is the company pushing this legislation. And I'll say the quiet part out loud. This legislation is desired to be their model legislation, Madam President. They would like to see this across the country. And they do not want a warrant requirement, a true guardrail, because that would disrupt the massive network across the country they want in place, and for Virginians to now be part of and to have access to it. When the president and CEO of Flock, Garrett Langley, was asked, "Do you envision a future with a Flock camera on every street corner?" he responded, "That is what I envision." Right now, Flock is focused on selling automatic license plate readers, but they also are selling these to homeowner associations, to private parties, and as well to police departments. They have done so through a business model that effectively enlists its customers into a giant centralized government surveillance network. And they say by their own account that they want to expand its offerings beyond license plate readers to traditional video surveillance, while also expanding its AI machine vision capabilities. They say if you know the specific license plate in question, a Flock OS can get you the detailed report of that individual's vehicle history over a given time frame. Use Flock OS local and national search network to find the suspect vehicle across state lines of up to 1 billion monthly plate readers. All of this is for free, Madam President. So make no mistake about it. Right here and right now, you can vote for this legislation and do Flock's bidding for a national mass surveillance network. That's what they want. And they consider this, again, their model legislation. So you might support this, but do so in knowing that you're giving a green light to the expansion of mass surveillance here in the Commonwealth. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Diggs, the senator from York.
Thank you, Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
This bill started out as a simple request to allow localities to place license plate readers, LPRs, on VDOT property because a VDOT attorney correctly believed that the existing law did not allow such placement. The Attorney General agreed. So I offered a simple bill to do just that and only that. LPRs have been used some time now by toll facilities and other governmental agencies as well as law enforcement. I'm not aware of any allegations or reports of abuse of LPR data and the technology that has been used for years without any restrictions whatsoever. However, once it was realized that law enforcement was using LPR technology, the idea erupted that something must be done to protect our civil liberties. No one seems to care about our civil liberties being abused by LPRs when it comes to collecting tolls, fattening our coffers to pay for our roads. But when LPRs are used to catch criminals involved in such crimes as murder, rape, robbery, the list goes on, not only to mention finding abducted children and missing adults with Alzheimer's, that's when the alarm is sounded. We must stop these perceived abuses by the police. Again, no evidence exists that there has been any abuse. And then is their notion we must put guardrails on to protect who? Criminals? Guardrails are fine and may be necessary to protect our liberties, but we cannot let guardrails become obstacles to ensuring our public safety. Guardrails were put forth and agreed to by law enforcement agencies in this bill because these guardrails were already in place through other sections of law and regulations. It is already against, because all a license plate reader does is provide you with a series of numbers on a piece of paper. The courts have ruled that this is not personal identifiable information. Only when those numbers are then matched up with DMV or other crime databases does it become personal information. LPRs only report a certain license plate was at a certain place at a certain time. It doesn't tell you who was driving or even who owns the car. That information is the next step in the process of a legitimate investigation. the LPR data gives the police only an investigative lead. In 2020, the Virginia Supreme Court held that Virginia may indefinitely keep LPR data because the data itself is useless until you connect it to another database such as the DMV. Until that is done, again, the data is just a number. This is case law, and I've heard in several committee hearings that we don't need to legislate existing case law. When police go to another database, there are already plenty of rules and regulations that required it to be used for legitimate law enforcement uses, and they are logged and they are audited. Just think of an LPR as that friend you have with a photographic memory who sits and watches the traffic on his front porch all day long. Do I need a search warrant to ask my friend if last week he saw a license plate containing the numbers 123? This law will be the most restrictive as far as data retention. And we have agreed to this because we want to see some regulations put forth, and we want to see this program legitimately done on VDOT property. I would love to see that rule expanded. As I said earlier, the Supreme Court has already ruled on this, that the data could be kept indefinitely, and 30 days may not be a bad rule unless you consider the following scenarios. A decomposed body is found in the woods. It takes several weeks for an identification to be made, and it's in York County, and the identified person is from Richmond. Then a search, a good investigative technique, a search of 911 calls reveals that reports of shots fired were reported a month ago. The police responded and nothing was found at that time. If that data was available, we could then search that time frame and look for cars that would registered in the city of Richmond, narrowing our leads to follow. An inquiry with the Richmond police would probably reveal that the car may have been involved in gang activity, which then leads to an arrest. And except for the time frame, this actually happened in York County. A body was discovered, some license plate data was sifted through, some license plates were ran as part of that investigation, and 3 gang members were charged with murder from the city of Richmond who had shot and killed a 4th individual in the county of York. Then again, think about your loved one, your wife, your sister, your daughter, who was violently raped and is so ashamed that she is fearful of coming forth to report. She talks to her friends, and then a month later she decides to report this case to the police. And she remembers that part of that license plate was the numbers 123. But this has happened over a month ago. That data is no longer available, and a rapist is allowed to continue free on the streets because we are afraid to keep numbers on a spreadsheet that have no identifying personal identification. It's just a lead to lead us, an investigative tool to lead us to a probable rapist. And for us to continue that investigation, maybe collect some DNA and actually prove that this was the person that raped our loved one. So I would ask you to please consider to vote for this bill. And while it does have the necessary guardrails, I would like for the time frame to be extended. But my friends in law enforcement would rather that the bill be passed as it is, with maybe some work to be done on it later. Again, I ask you to pass the bill. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Heckworth, the senator from Tazewell.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking to the bill.
The senator has the floor.
I'll be brief, Madam President, but I just want to add a personal note to this. A personal friend of mine just a couple years ago had a child that was shot going down 81. And law enforcement told the family if they would have had this technology, they could have apprehended that individual within 3 days. But it took 3 months to do that. So imagine being in that situation where you're sitting by the phone, you're nervous, you don't know what's going on. When this technology could have brought that criminal to justice in 3 days. Now, I have concerns like my fellow colleagues about Big Brother watching, about data that's been stored, and I don't like it no more. But we all have cell phones. Do you think they can't track us on cell phones? Do you think they can't track us by a number of things? There's cameras everywhere you go. So I ask that the body would consider, law enforcement is for it. This gives the guardrails, like our senator has so eloquently spoke. This does give guardrails where there is no guardrails right now. So I would ask that the body would pass this bill and help our law enforcement. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Sturtevant, the senator from Colonial Heights.
Thank you, Madam President. Speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, I think one of the challenges of this legislation, as we've seen it move through the legislature on this side, is it's not just putting the guardrails in place, but it's also expanding the use of this surveillance and these cameras to the VDOT right-of-ways. And there may be a place for doing the guardrails separate and apart from what I consider to be a pretty significant expansion to the VDOT right-of-ways, but there's no question that this is effective technology. I think the question and the concern that some of us in this chamber have, at least, is the potential for abuse of that enormous amount of data. Just people going about their day, wherever they go, the ability for it to be abused, for people to be surveilled as they're going about their business. And so while I don't disagree with the comments that have been made by the effectiveness of being able to catch bad guys, I think we need to err on the side of making sure that we are protecting the freedom of people to move about and live their lives in this country first and foremost. And that's my concern about this legislation, and I hope it's something that we all give a second thought to.
Chair recognizes Senator Surville, Senator McPike, senator from Prince William.
Inquiry of the clerk. Does this exceed the senator's 21 bill limit, and have we voted and provided unanimous consent for it to be entered? No, I'm just
Senator Surville.
Thank you, Madam President. If no one else desires to speak, speaking to the bill.
Senator may continue.
Thank you. Folks, a couple things. First of all, appreciate the personal experiences. I want to note that Fairfax County advised that they've used this technology for a year. LPR has led to 204 arrests, 125 found stolen cars, 21 guns taken off the street, 18 missing people brought home, including a man who had attempted a rape, and that was only because of LPRs. That's in 1 year of use. And there's a lot of other stories I could get into. I'm not going to get into that. I think the senator from York pointed out the Virginia Supreme Court 4 years ago entered a ruling that said that the Virginia State Police can collect this data and keep it as long as they want to, unless we pass this law. This data will be kept as long as they want by all 70 law enforcement agencies. It'll get uploaded to all kinds of different places for the next 12 months unless we pass this law. It gets shared all over the place. It probably goes to the NSA, CIA, who knows what, unless we pass this law which prohibits that. Number three, let's talk about oversight. And I appreciate the Senator from Petersburg's concerns about oversight. Just want to note that anytime somebody uses the technology, they're required to log in using their login that's personal to them. Date, time, place, the query, everything is recorded, the purpose for which it's recorded. And then, in addition to that, they have to log in the types of cases that were investigated or closed, and they also have to note the demographic information for the cases that were closed. All that is part of the login process. And the reason that's important for purposes of enforcement is because that allows law enforcement leadership to determine whether or not people are, their employees, officers under them, are violating the code. And I would just say to people who are concerned that law enforcement will not hold their own accountable, I would just ask you to look to the law we passed, Senator from Hampton. She passed the law in a special session in 2020 where we enhanced law enforcement's ability to decertify police officers. Since that law passed, the number of officers that have been decertified for conduct, for basically lying in court, lying in their cases for dishonesty, has resulted in, I want to say, something like 5 or 10 times more officers have been decertified in the last 3 years than been decertified in the last 25. And that's for conduct that would only be identified if leadership had said, this is an officer who's engaged in dishonesty, get him out of my force. The people who care the most about officers who break the rules are law enforcement leadership. They are all about enforcing the laws against their people because it undermines the integrity of their investigations. It causes them problems in court. It causes them to waste a lot of time. And so if we have rules on the book, law enforcement will blow the whistle on their own. And this, if it's abused, will lead to people losing their job and being decertified as law enforcement in Virginia. Fourth thing I'll say, I don't know how many of you guys are Android users like me, probably not as many. You probably have iPhones. My kids constantly give me grief about it. But I would suggest if you do have an Android, do a trick. Go into Google Maps, click on your face, type in, go up there and look at your location history. If anybody wants to know where I've been and what I was doing since 2015, come over after session and I'll show you. Because my phone will tell you where I was, when I was, where I was going, what restaurant I went in, where I ate, where I went to the doctor. It's all in the phone. And if you all don't think the cell phone companies and the big data providers already have this information, you're dreaming, because they do. How do you think the ads show up on your Facebook or on your Twitter, on your Instagram? This information is out there already. It's being used by private business. And if there's anybody who ought to be concerned about abusing it, it's the private sector, because this stuff can be reverse engineered to show all kinds of activities. And that concern that the Senator raised, Madam President, is one for the Consumer Data Protection Act that somebody else in here passed. But that is where that needs to be. That's where that needs to be addressed, not in this bill. The last thing I would say, Madam President, is with regard to racial profiling. Again, note that this bill, because of this bill, if you look at line 92, law enforcement has to put out a report that states the demographic information of the people that are affected by the searches. If you want to know if the technology is being used for racially discriminatory purposes, just like the judge found yesterday in the city of Richmond, pass my bill. If you don't want to know whether this technology is being used in a racially discriminatory manner, if you don't want to know, just kill the bill. Because you're not going to find out. Because Delegate Torian's bill that we just talked about only applies to traffic stops. It doesn't apply to the use of LPRs. So if you care about racial discrimination, pass the bill. If you don't, we'll let another year of the Wild West go on. We can use the LPRs all they want, pass the data along all they want, give it to the CIA or whoever you're worried about. They'll continue to have it. We'll continue to have the Wild West. I would hope we can pass the bill and put some reasonable guardrails on this.
Chair recognizes Senator Peake, the senator from Lynchburg.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to see if the gentleman from Eastern Fairfax County will rise for a
Will the
question.
senator from Eastern Fairfax County rise and yield?
I'll yield.
Senator yield. Senator Peake has the floor.
I just want to say that the senator from Petersburg gave a fantastic speech that was enlightening and frightening, and I appreciate what she had to say. So I've heard the senator from East Fairfax talk about police, and this bill looks like it regulates police. Is what we heard about Flock correct? Is all of this, or all these LPRs, is it going to a private company? Are they regulated at all? Are they getting all of this? Will they get all of this if we pass this bill? What is the relationship of Flock and this bill? Because I truly don't understand. It's been substituted in and out, and we just had it last night. So those were very major concerns that I have, that I heard from Senator from Petersburg. Is there a good answer?
Senator Sarville has the floor.
Madam President, what I would say, a couple things. First of all, the senator from senior senator from Richmond,
Petersburg.
No, the other one. Henrico. Sorry, the senator from Henrico asked me this question, I think, earlier today about whether there was more than one company doing this. And I think the answer is yes. I went on Google and looked around. I don't think Flock I think the systems that are installed on police cars are different from the ones that are installed in right-of-ways, I think. I'm not positive about that. But I think there's multiple companies that gather this information, I think. And I can verify that later when I've had more time. With regard to what this bill allows, if you look on line 81, it says that law enforcement agencies, their private vendors shall not share law enforcement license plate reader system data except with other law enforcement agencies and shall not sell the data for any other purpose. That's what it says. And I've been working with the people. I share the same concerns the Senator from Petersburg has. I think we both have a lot of the same concerns. We just disagree about the last stage of this to get this thing locked down. I think maybe a little bit more, but I think we both share the same concern about how this data can be used. But when I started writing this bill back in November, it was about 20% as long as it is. And we tried to put as many guardrails in here as possible to prevent the kind of sharing that the ACLU was litigating about back in 2000 that terminated in 2020. That litigation terminated in 2020. The purpose was to make sure this data doesn't go anywhere. After 30 days, it's supposed to be deleted. After 30 days, it's not supposed to be accessible anymore. I believe there's information here that says after 30 days, the data has to be purged. I could find that in the bill if you like. And but I appreciate her very passionate comments. I thought she gave a great speech, too. I just don't agree with all of it.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 21.
Ayes 19, noes 21. The bill fails.
Senate Bill 505.
Chair recognizes the senior senator from Loudoun, Senator Subramaniam.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of the bill and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. So this bill has to do with technical violations of probation. This is a code section we wrote about 3 years ago. What we were finding is judges were actually skirting the spirit of this law by sentencing people for each technical violation in the same violation report. So what this bill does is try to close that loophole. People are also being held in custody for more time than they could receive on these technical violations. So this bill fixes that by requiring the court to hold hearings within 14 days or else be admitted to bail. So I move passage of the bill. Thank you, Madam
The
President.
question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of that motion will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 21, noes 17.
Ayes 21, no 17. The bill passes.
Senate Bill 580.
Chair recognizes Senator Deeds, the senator from Charlottesville.
Madam President, I move the bill pass. I'm speaking to the bill.
A senator has the floor.
When DEQ approves a renewable energy project, this provides provides for a review of that. If someone is aggrieved, they file suit in the Circuit Court of the City of Richmond within 30 days of the decision. It's handled under the Administrative Process Act. This establishes a procedure that's common for suits against state agencies. I ask you vote for the bill.
The question is, shall the bill pass? Those in favor of passage will record their votes aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Does any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. The bill passes. Chair recognizes Senator Somerville, senator from Eastern Fairfax County. Calendar.
Madam President.
End of the calendar.
Yeah, Madam President, inquiry of the clerk. Does that complete our calendar?
Yes, sir.
It's one of the earliest crossovers I remember. Thank you.
What did he say?
One of the earliest crossovers.
Is there any other business to come before the Senate on this final day of crossover? Hearing none. Senator Rouse, the basketball.
Rise for an announcement, Madam President.
Absolutely, Senator.
All right. We know what tomorrow is. Tomorrow is the big day, and today is the last day for everyone to send their loved ones flowers and chocolates and candy because we absolutely have basketball practice tomorrow night, same location. Let's get a full team out there tomorrow, same time, 7 to 9 p.m. And this, I don't state where everyone knows the location. So hopefully see y'all tomorrow. And big day tomorrow, so make sure to see you all. Thank you, Madam President.
Chair recognizes Senator Aird, the senator from Petersburg.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for a quick announcement.
Senator has the floor.
Madam President, everyone should have in their email an invitation to the launch of the Virginia Black Maternal Health Caucus tomorrow morning at 7:30 on the 10th floor. And so I am just reminding everyone that we would love to see you all join us as part of this bipartisan caucus on behalf of myself, Senator Williams-Graves, and the delegates Munden, King, and McQuinn.
Chair recognizes the senator from Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Madam President. Rise for announcement.
The senator has the floor.
Madam President, I know that some of your better halves will be attending the event. We are finished a little bit sooner than I think many of us expected to be, so you are all each invited to go to the event as well if you would like to. If you don't have the address, come see me. I'll give it to you, but I think it starts at 5:30, and each of you are welcome to join as well.
The clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, February 13th, nothing is meeting. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 14th, the Finance and Appropriations Subcommittee on Public Safety and Claims Work Group will meet at 7:30 a.m. The Senate Finance and Appropriations Room, 13th floor. Senators Abbott, Lucas, Marsden, McDougall, Pillion, and Hashmi. The Women's Legislative Roundtable will meet at 8:30 a.m. in the House North Meeting Room, room 700B on the 7th floor. The Committee on Finance and Appropriations will meet at 9 a.m. Senate Room A, GAB. Democratic Caucus will meet at 11 a.m. in Senate Room 1. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:15 a.m. in Senate Room 2. You have 12 hours for last-minute shopping. And Senator Rice, you stole my line. I'm taking Spike back.
Chair calls on the senator from Portsmouth.
Thank you, Madam President. I've never been so happy to stand up and tell you that I move that the Senate do now adjourn until 12 noon tomorrow.
Question is, shall the Senate now stand adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow? All in favor of that motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.